Hello friends, welcome back to our channel IT India. This is going to be something new on this channel. This is going to be one short video that will have around 250 questions that have been already asked and that will be asked in your actual exam itself. And I have written over here 90% covered here. This is not just that, it is covered here. It means 90% of the questions in your exam will be from this single video only. And one of the most important feedback that you have provided all the time is to take appropriate pause. So I have taken that also into consideration. And in this video, there is a pause of 10 seconds after every single question. So you can take your time to guess the answer before I reveal the answer in this video. And I can assure you that you will be able to clear your exam of AWS Solution Architect certification with quite good score if you follow this single video from beginning to end. So now you do not need to navigate through multiple playlists. You are getting all the content that is mandatory and sufficient as well for your exam in this single video.
So let us start with our first question. A solution architect is designing a solution where users will be directed to a backup static error page if the primary website is unavailable. The primary website's DNS record are hosted in Amazon Route 53 where their domain is pointing to an application load balancer. Which configuration should be the solution architect used to meet the company's needs while minimizing the changes and infrastructure overhead? So basically, if you observe this question carefully, you will get some clue here that there should be backup static error page. If the primary website is unavailable and DNS record are hosted in Route 53. So basically what is happening here, first have a look at the options and you can go through all the four options and you can have a guess as per your understanding that what could be the clue here. So first one is having Amazon CloudFront, which is basically used for caching purpose and increasing the speed. So I don't think that is going to be the answer. Second option is with active passive failover and then latency based. But we are not talking anything about latency here in this question. So I don't think this will be the correct answer. So I can cancel this as well. And this is also cancelled already. And now set up a Route 53 active configuration with the ALB and an EC2 instance hosting a error page as endpoint. Route 53 will send request to the instance if the health check failed for the ALB. So active configuration, this also don't seems to be correct. So obviously this is the correct, and let's see how this is correct. So set up a Route 53 active passive failover configuration. Direct traffic to static error page hosted within an Amazon S3 bucket when Route 53 health checks determine that ALB endpoint is unhealthy. So basically, what is the usage of this active passive failover? So basically, we use an active passive failover configuration when we want a primary resource or a group of resource to be available the majority of the time. So like in majority of time and in ideal scenario, that should be available. And you want the secondary resource or group of resource to be on standby in case all the primary resources are unavailable. And when responding to the queries, Route 53 include only the healthy primary resources, and if all the primary resources are unhealthy, Route 53 begins to include only healthy secondary resources. And what are healthy primary and healthy secondary resources here? So website is primary healthy resource here, and if that is unhealthy in any case, then backup static error page will be our secondary resource, and that will act as primary resource when website will be unavailable, and this Route 53 will redirect the traffic to this page. So option B will be the correct answer here. So now question second. A solution architect is designing a high performance computing workload on Amazon EC2. The EC2 instances need to communicate to each other frequently and require network performance with low latency and high throughput. Which EC2 configuration meet this requirement? So have a look at the options. So these are your options. So you can guess any answer if you are having any idea about it. So basically, clue is here. Need to communicate frequently and require high network performance with low latency and high throughput. So basically, whenever they need to communicate frequently and high performance is the requirement, then they should be in cluster placement. And correct answer will be A here. So cluster placement is suggested every time when network performance is the requirement in one availability zone. Spread placement are required when there is a requirement of high availability, because instances will be spread out, and if the particular location goes down, then there may be the downtime. But if spread placement is there and instances are spread out in various locations, then even if one particular location or one particular rack goes down, even then there will be availability. But what happens with cluster placement? However, there will be certainly high network performance, and they will be in like in one placement group. But if that placement group goes down, then all the instances will be down and it may create downtime. So that's the issue with the cluster placement. So in simple words, if you need high network performance, then go for this, and if you need high availability, then go for network placement. So this is basically for high availability. So this is the difference here, and rest of the options will be eliminated here because these are in 2 regions, so definitely they can't have that much good network performance, and it's also in spanning across multiple availability zones, so it will also not have that much good connectivity. So definitely cluster placement is the right answer here. So now question 3. A company want to host a scalable web application on AWS. The application will be accessed by users from different geographic regions of the world. Applications user will be able to download and upload unique data up to gigabytes in size. The development team want a cost-effective solution to minimize upload and download latency and maximize performance. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? So here are your options. You can have a guess here. And after taking a pause of few seconds, I am revealing the answer. So answer is A here. So you have to use Amazon S3 with transfer acceleration to host the application here. So basically, why we use transfer acceleration? So basically, like mobile and application uploads and downloads, many customers develop mobile or web application that feature file uploads to S3. So when these applications have user data far from other destination S3 bucket, upload and download may be slow. So S3 with transfer acceleration can speed up these long distance transfer to provide user a better experience. So basically, when users are at a long distance from the S3, transfer acceleration will be used to effectively increase performance and decrease the latency in the upload and download. So clearly, A will be the answer here. So now question 4. A company is migrating from an on-premises infrastructure to AWS Cloud. One of the company's application is stored file on Windows file server farm that uses distributed file replication to keep data in sync. A solution architect need to replace the file server farm. Which service should the solution architect use? So here are your options: Amazon EFS, Amazon FSx, Amazon S3, and AWS Storage Gateway. So basically what happens, Amazon FSx provide you with 2 file systems to choose: Amazon FSx for Windows file system server for business applications, and Amazon FSx for Leisure for high performance workloads. But basically Amazon FSx for Leisure is used in Linux, and Amazon FSx for Windows file server provides you fully managed, highly reliable file storage that is accessible over the industry standard server message block, that is SMB protocol. Amazon FSx is built on Windows Server and provides a rich set of administrative features that includes end-user file restore, user quotas, and access control list, that is ACLs. Additionally, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server support distributed file system replication, that is DFSR, that is the requirement in the question here itself, in both single AZ and multi-AZ deployment. So option B will be the correct answer here. Now, question 5. A company has a legacy application that processes data in two parts. The secondary part of the process takes longer than the first. So the company has decided to rewrite the application as two microservices running on Amazon ECS that can scale independently. How should a solution architect integrate the microservices? So here are the options. So basically what is happening here, we are decoupling the application. So which AWS service is used for decoupling? So Amazon SQS is used for decoupling and it is the best option. And S3 obviously would not be used here. And Amazon SNS is a pub sub model. Basically there will be a one publisher and many subscribers. So it will not be used here. And Kinesis data stream is used for continuous data processing, and here only this option seems to be correct, and this is definitely correct here because what we are doing here, implement code in microservice 1 to send the data to an Amazon SQS. So basically data will be hold for some time in SQS and implement code in microservice 2 to process the message from the queue, and there will be message for some time in SQS, and microservice 2 will take the message from the queue to process them, and hence the message will be processed one by one and there will be no droppage or loss of message, and every message will be processed in this way. So option D is the correct answer here. And now question 6. It captures clickstream data from multiple websites and analyzes it using batch processing. The data is loaded nightly into Amazon Redshift and is consumed by business analysts. The company wants to move toward near real-time data processing for timely insights. The solution should process the streaming data with minimal effort and operational overhead. Which combination of AWS services are most cost effective for this solution? So always focus on this part as well. Which effective the question is asking to you. Is it cost effective or is it performance effective, or which parameters is considered in the question? And also you can see here that we have to choose two answers. So here are your options: Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, Amazon Kinesis data streams, Amazon Kinesis data firehose, Amazon Kinesis data analytics. So correct answer are D and E, Amazon Kinesis data firehose and Amazon Kinesis data analytics. So basically what happens, Amazon Kinesis data firehose and Amazon Kinesis data stream can be used for data streaming, and Kinesis data stream is for real time, but Kinesis data firehose is for near real time. The company want to move toward near real data processing, so Kinesis data firehose is the suitable answer for this. And most important thing in the question is which combination of AWS services are most cost effective for this solution. As I already told you that you have to focus on this part as well. However, this can do the needful, but we are finding the solution which is most cost effective. So this will be in use here. And Kinesis data firehose is surely cheaper than this because this is absolutely real time. This is real time, but this is near real time, not real time. And then we have to also analyze the data, and for that Amazon Kinesis data analytics will be used. So D and E are the correct answer here. So this is also correct option. Now question 7. A company's application run on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. On the first day of every month at midnight, the application becomes much slower. When the month-end financial calculation batch executes, This causes the CPU utilization of the CPU instances to immediately peak to 100%, which disrupts the application. What should a solution architect recommend to ensure the application is able to handle the workload and avoid the downtime? So here are the options. Configure an Amazon CloudFront in the front of ALB. Configure an EC2 auto scaling simple scaling policy based on CPU utilization. Configure an EC2 auto scaling scheduled scaling policy based on the monthly schedule. Configure Amazon Elastic Cache to remove some workload from the EC2 instances. So basically, it clearly seems that load is happening at a regular interval. So and CloudFront is definitely not going to be the answer here, because this is used for caching purposes, not for such type of scenarios. Auto scaling should work, but as the load is coming at particular interval, so auto scaling with the scheduled scaling policy based on the monthly schedule will be the correct answer here. So this is going to be the correct answer. Option C is definitely correct here. So now question 8. A company runs on a multi-tier web application that hosts news content. The application run on Amazon EC2 behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an EC2 auto scaling group across multiple availability zones and use an Amazon Aurora database. A solution architect need to make the application more resilient to periodic increase in request. Which architecture should the solution architect implement? Choose the two. So here are options: add AWS Shield, Aurora Replica, AWS Direct Connect, AWS Global Accelerator, and an Amazon CloudFront distribution in front of application load balancer. So correct answer here are add Aurora Replica and Amazon CloudFront distribution in front of application load balancer. So basically, if you go to the insight for this question, what will be happening here? We are adding Aurora Replica here for offloading some read request from the main database instance, as well as for standby for failover. Because in case the main or our primary database fails, in that case, Aurora Replica will act as primary database. And now we are also adding CloudFront here, because CloudFront distribution in front of application load balancer will help us enabling fast content caching at the edge location nearest to the user. So it will give better experience, as it will cache the content and it will help for better experience to the users. So these two will be the correct answer here. We are done with this question as well. And now question 9. An application running on AWS uses an Amazon Aurora multi-edge deployment for its database. When evaluating performance metrics, a solution architect discovered that database reads are causing high input-output and adding latency to the write request against the database. What solution the solution architect do to separate the read request from the write request? So here are the options. And correct answer here is create a read replica and modify the application to use the appropriate endpoint. And here is a trick, that whenever we are getting in the question that reads are causing high input output, always go for read replica. Whatever there may be the options that multi-AZ may attract you, and you may go for this, because this is also a good solution, but this will be the most economical solution that can help you, and it will definitely help you, because it will reduce the main load that is creating issue here, because it is already mentioned clearly in the question that high read are causing the issue and adding latency to the write request. These are not created by write request, these are created for the write request, and these are caused by read request. So Creating read replica will be the solution here. And now question 10, this is the last question of this video. A recently acquired company is required to build its own infrastructure on AWS and migrate applications to the cloud within a month. Each application has approximately 50 TB of data to be transferred. After the migration is complete, the company and its parent company both will require secure network connectivity with consistent throughput from their data centers to the application. A solution architect must ensure one-time data migration and ongoing network connectivity. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. So you can have a look and you can try to guess the answer. And after taking a pause, I am just revealing the answer of this question. Correct answer will be AWS Snowball for initial transfer and AWS Direct Connect for ongoing connectivity. So basically, like, it is obvious as the size is of 50 TB. So Snowball should be the correct answer here. And however, there is option of Snowball in the option D as well, but we have to consider second also, because for ensuring secure network connectivity with consistent throughput, we have to use AWS Direct Connect. Because AWS Direct Connect cloud service is the shortest path to your AWS resources, will in transit your network traffic remains on the AWS global network and never touches the public internet. So this reduces the chance of hitting bottlenecks or unexpected increase in latency, and at the same time it will be the secure one as it is not touching the public internet.
Question 11. A company serves content to its subscribers across the world using an application running on AWS. The application has several Amazon EC2 instances in a private subnet behind an application load balancer. Due to a recent change in copyright restriction, the Chief Information Officer (CIO) wants to block access for certain countries. Which action will meet these requirements? So here are the options. So modify ALB security group, modify security group for EC2 instances, Amazon CloudFront to serve the application, and deny access to blocked countries, ALB listener rules. So these are the options. So basically, what is the clue here? We have to go for the clue only. Block access for certain countries. This is the requirement, and this could be fulfilled with ALB security group. No, this can't be. And now modify the security group of the instances. No, this can't be done, because security group is generally used for allowing traffic from any particular location, from any particular IP or whatever, but it's not used for denying purpose. And now Amazon CloudFront to serve the application and deny access to blocked countries. So basically what happens, if you use CloudFront, typically it serves the requested content regardless where user is located. But if you need to prevent the specific countries from accessing your content, you can use this same CloudFront with geo restriction. With geo restriction, what it will do, it will allow your users to access your content only if they are in the countries on a white list of approved countries, and it will prevent your users from accessing your content if they are in one of the countries on a blacklist of banned countries. So correct answer here will be C. So option C is the correct answer here. And now next question, question number 12. A company is creating a new application that will store a large amount of data. The data will be analyzed early and modified by several Amazon EC2 Linux instances that are deployed across multiple availability zones. The application team believes the amount of space needed will continue to grow for next 6 months. Which set of actions should a solution architect take to support these needs? So here are the options. So basically we have EBS here, EFS here, S3 Glacier, and EBS with the provisioned IOPS volume.
So which one should be the correct here? So basically clue is here, multiple availability zones. So data can be across multiple availability zones, but ABS can't be. So both these options are eliminated here. So option B will be correct here, and we have already eliminated these options because EBS can't be across multiple availability zones. And this is not the only reason. This is also the reason that AFS will scale as per the usage, and you pay for that you actually store, and you can mount that particular file system anywhere in the world. So that will be the advantage with the EFS. So the limitation of EBS that it can't span across the multi availability zone is the limitation here, and the advantage with the EFS that it can be flexible and it can scale as per the usage, and you pay for that you actually store, and it can span across multiple availability zone. Due to all these reasons, option B will be the correct answer here. Now question 13. A company is migrating a 3-tier application to AWS. The application requires a MySQL database. In the past, the application user reported poor application performance when creating new entries. These performance issues were caused by users generating different real-time report from the application during working hours. Which solution will improve the performance of the application when it is moved to AWS? So here are the options, and have a look and try to guess the answer. So correct answer here will be option C. Create an Amazon Aurora MySQL multi-AZ DB cluster with multiple read replicas. Configure the application to use the reader endpoints for the report. So what is happening here? Basically we are using Aurora replicas because Aurora replicas are independent of endpoints in Aurora DB cluster, best used for scaling read operations and increasing availability, and up to 15 Aurora replica can be distributed across availability zones that a DB cluster spans within a AWS region. Although the DB cluster volume is made up of multiple copies of the data for the DB cluster, the data in cluster volume is represented as a single logical volume to the primary instance and to the Aurora replicas in the DB cluster. So option C will be the correct answer here. And also have a focus on this point. It will always improve your performance, whatever may be the condition. So now question 14. A solution architect is developing a distributed database on a multiple Amazon EC2 instances. The database stores all data on a multiple instances so that it can withstand the loss of an instance. The database requires block storage with latency and throughput to support a several million transactions per second per server. Which storage solution should the solution architect use? So here are the options. So clue is here, million of transactions per second, and second clue is here, it can withstand the loss of an instance. So keep these 2 points in mind. So basically loss of an instance, is it possible with EBS? No. EBS is robust and reliable storage, so it can't be possible with this. That instance loss could happen with EBS. And now instance is stored, so loss of an instance can occur in this, and at the same time it is very fast and it will be helpful for million of transactions per server. And if you want further explanation about this, the data in an instance store persists only during the lifetime of its associated instance. You must be aware that, because if any instance is using this Amazon EBS, the data will be there even if the instance has been terminated, and the deletion of EBS on the termination is not selected. In that case, data will be there even after the termination of the instance. So option B will be the correct answer here. And now question 15. Organizers for a global event want to put daily report online as static HTML pages. The pages are expected to generate millions of views from users around the world. The files are stored in Amazon S3 bucket. A solution architect has been asked to design an efficient and effective solution. Which solution should the solution architect take to accomplish this. So here are your options. I am directly going to the correct answer, and it will be use Amazon CloudFront with Amazon S3 bucket as its origin. So what is the clue here? As static HTML page. Whenever in any question, this is the requirement as static HTML pages, go for S3. Pages are expected to generate millions of views from around the world. So whenever this is the case, that content has to be served to the whole world, then Amazon CloudFront will be a very helpful thing. So due to this reason, option D will be the correct answer here. Now question 16. A solution architect is designing a new service behind Amazon API gateway. The request pattern for the service will be unpredictable and can change suddenly from 0 requests to 1500 per second. The total size of the data that needs to be persisted in a backend database is currently less than 1 GB with unpredictable future growth. Data can be queried using simple key value request. Which combination of AWS service would meet these requirements? Choose two. So here are your options. And correct answer here will be option B and C. And why? So first talk about option B, lambda. So it will be due to unpredictable pattern because it can handle unpredictable load. So it will be beneficial for this case. And now why Amazon DynamoDB? It is also mentioned here, key value request. So just follow these simple tricks. Follow the keyword that are used because Amazon DynamoDB database is based on the key value based request. So Amazon DynamoDB will be used. Option B and C will be correct here. And now question 17. A startup company has a web application based in the US East 1 region with multiple Amazon EC2 instances running behind an application load balancer across multiple availability zones. As the company's user base grows in the US West 1 region, it needs a solution with low latency and high availability. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? So here are your options. And the correct answer here will be option C. Provision EC2 instances and configure an application load balancer in US West 1. Create an accelerator in AWS Global Accelerator that uses an endpoint that includes the load balancer endpoint in both the regions. So why we are doing so? Because AWS Global Accelerator provides you with a set of static IP addresses that can map to multiple application endpoints across AWS regions to improve redundancy. And what is requirement here? This. Basically endpoints should be across two regions. So due to this reason, we are using AWS Global Accelerator here. So option C will be correct answer here. And now question 18. A solution architect is designing a solution to access a catalog of images and provide users with ability to submit requests to customize images. Image customization parameter will be in any request sent to an AWS API gateway API. The customized image will be generated on demand and users will receive a link they can click on to view or to download their customized image. The solution must be highly available for viewing and customizing images. What is the most cost effective solution to meet this requirement? Yesterday also I told you that always focus this. Most cost effective or most performance effective or most reliable, what is the requirement? And here it is most cost effective. And here are your options. And here correct answer will be option B. Use AWS Lambda to manipulate original images to the requested customization. Store the original and manipulated images in Amazon S3. Configure an Amazon CloudFront distribution with the S3 bucket as origin. So basically what is happening here, AWS Lambda with API gateway provides a serverless, cost-effective and highly available solution for processing image, because first requirement of ours is to process the image, and after that we are using S3 to store the image, because this is the reliable and at the same time cost-effective solution for the storage purpose. And second, we are using CloudFront because user will be all around the world. It will help us to cache the content and it will give better user experience. So overall option B is the most cost effective solution here. So now question 19. A company is planning to migrate a business critical dataset to Amazon S3. The current solution design uses a single S3 bucket in the US East 1 region with versioning enabled to store the dataset. The company's disaster recovery policy states that all data multiple AWS region. Basically like data should be in multiple AWS regions. How should a solution architect design the S3 solution? So here are your options A, B, C and G. And correct option here will be option C. Create an additional S3 bucket with versioning in another region and configure cross-region replication. Because cross-region replication can be enabled to replicate data across multiple regions. Also, key requirement for the cross-region replication is that the bucket should be enabled with versioning. So due to that reason, we are using here versioning and cross-region replication. And why we are using cross-region replication? Because multiple AWS region is the requirement in the question. So option C will be correct here. And now question 20. A company has application running on Amazon EC2 instances in a VPC. One of the application need to call an Amazon S3 API to store and read object. The company's security policy restrict any internet bound traffic from the application. Which action will fulfill this requirement and maintain security? So option A, configure an S3 interface endpoint. Option B, configure an S3 gateway endpoint. Option C, create an S3 bucket in private subnet. Option D, create an S3 bucket in the same region as the EC2 instance. So option B will be correct here, and this is why. Because interface endpoint cannot be used here, because there is no interface endpoint for S3 or DynamoDB services. Gateway endpoint is only applicable for S3 or DynamoDB services. So here S3 was the requirement, so S3 gateway endpoint will be the correct answer here. So this is going to be 21st question of this series. A company's web application uses an Amazon RDS PostgreSQL DB instance to store its application data. During the financial closing period at the start of every month, accountants run large queries that impact the database performance due to high usage. The company wants to minimize the impact that the reporting activity has on the web application. What should a solution architect do to reduce the impact on the database with least amount of effort? So here are your options. So here correct answer will be option A. Create a read replica and direct reporting traffic to read replica. So basically what is the concept here? An RDS read replica instance is an asynchronous read only replica of a primary or master database instance located upstream. It can be used by your application for any query that does not require changing the data. So here option A will be correct. So now question 22nd. A company want to migrate a high performance computing application and data from on premises to AWS cloud. The company uses tiered storage on premises with hot high performance parallel storage to support the application during periodic runs of the application. and more economical cold storage to hold the data when the application is not running actively. Which combination of solution should a solution architect recommend to support the storage needs of the application? Choose two. So here are your options, and here we have to choose two answers because it is already mentioned here, and such type of question will be in exam also, that you have to select multiple choices, not the just one. So what is the requirement here? High performance parallel storage, and second one, economical storage to hold the data when data is not basically when application is not actively running. So here correct answer will be option A and option D. S3 for cold storage and FSX for leisure for high parallel performance storage. So basically FSX for leisure has the highest performance, and why we are using FSX for leisure, not for Windows, because it has higher performance. But in case Windows would have mentioned here in the question, in that case you could have used only the last option, that is option E. So keep that in mind, that if Windows is given in question, that you have to go for FSX for Windows, and if nothing is given or if Linux is given, then go for FSX for leisure. And obviously it is very obvious that Amazon S3 is the most cost effective storage, and so it will be used for cold data storage, not EFS and not Amazon S3 for high performance, because we are using for cold storage only, and for high performance parallel storage only FSX for leisure can be used. So now question 23rd, a company's application is running on Amazon EC2 instances in a single region. In the event of a disaster, a solution architect need to ensure that the resources can also be deployed to a second region. Which combination of actions should the solution architect take to accomplish this? Choose two. So here we have to choose two options, and here are our option. So correct option here will be option B and D. And why? So here although E will be seem to be correct answer, because here what we are doing, copy an EBS volume from Amazon S3 and launch EC2 instance in the destination region using EBS volume. Yeah, definitely it can be done, but EBS snapshot copy is automatically done when you create AMI from your instance. By default, when you create an AMI from your instance, snapshots are taken of each volume attached to the instance, and AMIs can launch with multiple EBS volume attached, allowing you to replicate both an instance configuration and the state of all EBS volume that are attached to the instance. So basically what happens with EBS can only replicate the data that you are having in that volume, but with AMI all the configuration of instance and all the configuration of EBS and data will be copied or replicated. So what we are doing here, copy an Amazon machine image of an EC2 instance and specify a different region for the destination. That's one step. And launch a new instance from an Amazon AMI in a new region. So option B and D will be correct answer here. And now question 24. A solution architect needs to ensure that API calls to Amazon DynamoDB from Amazon EC2 instance in a VPC do not transfer the internet. What should the solution architect do to accomplish this? Choose two. So here are our options. You can take a pause to guess the correct answer here. And correct answer here will be option A and option B. I have also told you in previous part that for S3 and for DynamoDB there is no interface gateway, there is only gateway endpoint. So there will be gateway endpoint, and here in the option you can see that create a new gateway endpoint for DynamoDB. And after that, what you have to do, you have to create a route table entry for the endpoint. That's all that you have to do, because create an ENI for the endpoint in each of the subnet, that doesn't seem to be good. Create a security group, obviously it has nothing to do with that. Create a new DynamoDB table that uses the endpoint. So need of that DynamoDB table is not there. Only route table entry is required for the endpoint, and obviously gateway endpoint will be required for DynamoDB. So I hope this question is clear to you. And now next question, question 25th. A company's legacy application is currently relying on a single instance Amazon RDS MySQL database without encryption. Due to new compliance requirement, all existing and new data in this database must be encrypted. How should this be accomplished? So options are here. So what will be the correct answer here? So option C will be the correct answer here. Take a snapshot of RDS instance, create an encrypted copy of the instance, restore RDS instance from the encrypted snapshot. So basically by this way only we will be able to encrypt the existing data. And this is why, because you can only enable encryption for an Amazon RDS DB instance when you create it, not after the DB instance is created. However, because you can encrypt a copy of an encrypted snapshot, you can effectively add encryption to an encrypted DB instance. That is, you can create a snapshot of your DB instance and then create an encrypted copy of that snapshot. You can then restore DB instance from encrypted snapshot, and thus you have an encrypted copy of your original DB instance. So I hope it will be clear to you, and if not, you can rewind this portion of the video. And now question 26. A manufacturing company want to implement predictive maintenance on its machinery equipment. The company will install thousands of IoT sensors that will send data to AWS in real time. You should focus on this point, in real time, because these are clue in most of the question to your correct answer. A solution architect is tasked with implementing a solution that will receive event in an ordered manner for each machinery asset and ensure that data is saved for further processing at a later time. Which solution would be most efficient? So here are your options. And correct answer here will be option A. Use Amazon Kinesis data stream for real-time event with partition for each equipment asset. Use Amazon Kinesis data firehose to save data to Amazon S3. So I already told you that real-time is the clue here, and you must be aware that Kinesis data stream are real-time services. And this is also available in option B, but not in option C and option D. And why we are eliminating option C and D? Because it is also mentioned that it should be in ordered manner, but SQS can't ensure that it will be in ordered manner. So option A and B are still available. But why only A? Because we have to save the data for processing at later time, and that can be done with both S3 and EBS, that is fine. But Amazon Kinesis data firehose can be used with Amazon S3 only, not with EBS. So option B is also wrong here, and option A will be correct. So now question 27th. A company's website run on Amazon EC2 instance behind an application load balancer. The website has a mix of dynamic and static content. Users around the globe are reporting that website is slow. Which set of action will improve website performance for user worldwide? So here are your options. And correct answer here will be, I hope you must have got some clue from this. It will be option A. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution and configure ALB as an origin. Then update Amazon Route 53 to point to the CloudFront distribution. So basically what happens, CloudFront can provide low latency to both static and dynamic content for global users and can be integrated with Route 53. So here option A will be correct. And why we are not analyzing and even looking at other options? Because if we are talking about website performance, about the worldwide, then only CloudFront will be the best option, and there's nothing about CloudFront in any other option. So we can eliminate all these options by having just a look. So now next question, question 28. A company has been storing analytics data in an Amazon RDS instance for past few years. The company asked a solution architect to find a solution that allows users to access this data using an API. The expectation is that the application will experience periods of inactivity and could receive bursts of traffic within seconds. Which solution should the solution architect suggest here? And here are the options. Clue is burst of traffic within seconds. So I hope you must have got the correct answer here as of now, and correct answer here will be option C, AWS Lambda function. However, this Amazon API gateway is common in all the options, but Amazon Lambda function is the main thing that you have to take care of here. Because Lambda function can burst within few seconds, and at the same time it is also cost effective, and if you compare it with EC2 instances, it is highly cost effective. So option C is the correct answer here. And now question 29th. A company must generate sales report at the beginning of every month. The reporting process launches 20 Amazon EC2 instances on the first of the month. The process runs for 7 days and cannot be interrupted. The company wants to minimize the cost. Which pricing model should the company use here? And here are your options: reserved instance, spot block instance, on demand instance, and scheduled reserved instances. So here you may feel that option D is correct, but this is not correct, and here correct answer will be option C. And why? Because you cannot purchase scheduled reserved instance at this time, and AWS does not have any capacity available for scheduled reserved instances or any plans to make it available in future. To reserve capacity, use on demand capacity reservation. For discount rate, use saving plans. And also, like, process cannot be interrupted for 7 days, so on demand will be used here. And now question number 30. A gaming company has multiple Amazon EC2 instances in single availability zone for its multiplayer game that communicate with user on layer 4. The chief technology officer want to make the architecture highly available and cost effective. What should a solution architect do to meet this requirement? Choose 2. Here are your options. Option C and option D. Network load balancer in front of EC2 instances and auto scaling group to remove instances. Why this is the correct answer here, not the application load balancer? Because here it is mentioned that layer 4 should be used, so network load balancer will be the correct answer here. And now it should be highly available and cost effective. For that purpose, configure auto scaling group to add or remove instances in multiple availability zone. Multiple availability zone, why? Because it should be highly available. And just increasing the number of EC2 instances or decreasing the number of EC2 instances will not work at all. I hope it must be very obvious point for you. And the confusion must be there in network load balancer and application load balancer. But application load balancer work on layer 7, not layer 4. So correct answer here will be option C and E. And that is going to be question number 31st of this series. A company currently operates a web application backed by an Amazon RDS MySQL database. It has automated backups that are run daily and are not encrypted. A security audit requires future backups to be encrypted and the unencrypted backups to be destroyed. The company will make at least one encrypted backup before destroying the old backups. What should be done to enable encryption for future backups? And here are your options. So correct answer here will be option C. Create a snapshot of the database, copy it to an encrypted snapshot, restore the database from the encrypted snapshot. Because you can only encrypt an Amazon RDS DB instance when you create it and not after the DB instance is created. So here option C will be correct. And now question number 32. A company is hosting a website behind multiple application load balancer. The company has different distribution rights for its content around the world. A solution architect needs to ensure that users are served correct content without violating distribution rights. Which configuration should the solution architect choose to meet these requirements? So here are your options. And correct answer here will be option C. Configure Amazon Route 53 with a geolocation policy. And why here option C? Because here question says that website is running behind multiple application load balancer. So geolocation routing lets you choose the resources that serve your traffic based on geographic locations of the user, meaning the location from which the DNS queries originate from. For example, you might want all the queries from Europe to be routed to an ELB load balancer in the Frankfurt region. When you use the geolocation routing, you can localize your content and present some or all of your website in the language of your local users. So this is the benefit of geolocation policy. And now question number 33rd. A solution architect has created a new AWS account and must secure AWS account root user access. Which combination of actions will accomplish this? Choose two. So here we have to choose two answers and here are our options. So basically correct answer here would be option A and option B. Ensure that the root user has a strong password. Definitely this is going to be correct because a root user should have the strong password because root user can do anything in your environment. And now enable multiple factor authentication to the root user. So basically what will this multiple factor authentication basically MFA will do? If you are using MFA, you may configure your physical device, for example your mobile phone. Whenever you log into your root user or your account as root user, even though you know the password, but still you need the authentication from your physical device, that is mobile phone. So even if your password is leaked, even then no one will be able to access your account being root user. So option A and option B are correct here. And now question 34th. A solution architect at an e-commerce company wants to backup application log data to Amazon S3. The solution architect is unsure how frequently the logs will be accessed or which log will be accessed the most. The company wants to keep the cost as low as possible by using the appropriate S3 storage class. Which S3 storage class should be implemented to meet these requirements? So here are your options. Basically I can say very obvious question and with very obvious answer. So answer here will be S3 intelligent tiering. So why this is the correct answer? So basically here keyword is unknown workload because the solution architect is unsure of how frequently the logs will be accessed. So unknown workload is the keyword here. And when you are not sure about the pattern that will be followed and how the content from that particular Amazon S3 will be used or how it will be accessed, then S3 intelligent tiering is the best option always. So option B will be the correct answer here. And now question 35th. A company's website is used to sell product to the public. The site run on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. There is also an Amazon CloudFront distribution and AWS Web is being used to protect against SQL injection attacks. The ALB is the origin for the CloudFront distribution. A recent review of the security logs revealed an external malicious IP that need to be blocked from accessing the website. What should a solution architect do to protect the application? So here are the options. And here correct answer will be option B, modify the configuration of AWS WAF to add an IP match condition to block the malicious IP address. And now question number 36. A solution architect is designing an application for two-step order process. The first step is synchronous and must return to the user with little latency. Basically, latency is allowed, but it should be very little. The second step take longer, so it will be implemented in separate component. Order must be processed exactly once in the order in which they are received. How should the solution architect integrate these components? So here are your options. And basically here is the clue. Exactly once and in the order. So for this FIFO should be used. So FIFO should be used for this first in first out. So FIFO is in this option and it is in this option, and it is standard, so it should not be considered, and it is standard, so it should also not be considered. And now here correct answer is option A. And why? Because Amazon SQS with FIFO is not compatible with SNS topic as of now. So option A will be correct here. I have mistaken here. Option A will be correct here only. Now question number 37. A web application is deployed in the AWS cloud. It consists of two-tier architecture that includes a web layer and a database layer. The web server is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. What should the solution architect do to remediate the vulnerability? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option C. Create an application load balancer, put the web layer behind the application load balancer and enable AWS WAF. So why it is the correct answer here? So basically for cross-site scripting attack, AWS WAF is the solution. But AWS WAF is available in these three options. Why we are choosing this one particularly? So here logic will be web layer, and web layer runs on layer 7. So web layer runs on layer 7 of OSI model, and application load balancer is used for layer 7. So application load balancer will be used, and along with AWS web. So this is the correct answer here. However, application load balancer is here as well, but here they are using AWS Shield standard. But AWS web should be used. So correct answer here will be C only. And now question number 38. A company's website is using an Amazon RDS MySQL multi-AZ DB instance for its transactional data storage. There are other internal systems that query this DB instance to fetch data for internal batch processing. The RDS DB instance slows down significantly when the internal systems fetch data. This impacts the website's read and write performance, and the user experiences slow response times. Which solution will improve the website's performance? And here are the options. I hope you must have got the correct answer as of now, because correct answer here will be option D. And I have already told you that whenever there is a requirement of website performance, you may not neglect the read replica, because in most of the question it is going to be the correct answer. So here also it is the correct answer. Add a read replica to the RDS DB instance and configure the internal system to query the read replica. And now question number 39. An application run on Amazon EC2 instance across multiple availability zones. The instances run in Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. The application performs best when the CPU utilization of the EC2 instance is at or near 40%. What should a solution architect do to maintain the desired performance across all the instances in the group? So here are your options. So basically simple scaling policy, target is tracking policy, AWS Lambda function, and scheduled scaling actions. So these are the options. However, we are using auto scaling group in all the options. But here correct answer will be option B. Use the target tracking policy to dynamically scale out the auto scaling group. Because particular CPU utilization is given, so we have to use target tracking policy whenever any particular number of CPU utilization is given, like it may be 30% or it may be 70%. According to this utilization, resources will dynamically scale out the auto scaling group. So target tracking policy is used in any question, whatever may be the condition. If particular number of CPU utilization is given, that instances should be near around this particular number. So option B is the correct answer here. And now question number 14. A company runs an internal browser based application. The application run on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto scaling group across multiple availability zones. The auto scaling group scales up to 20 instances during work hours but scale down to 2 instances overnight. Staff are complaining that application is very slow when the day begins, although it runs well by the mid-morning. How should the scaling be changed to address the staff complaints and keep the cost to a minimum? And here are the options. So basically, most probably you would go for scheduled action because you want the capacity to increase before the particular time. But here correct answer will be option C. Implement a target tracking action triggered at a lower CPU threshold and decrease the cooldown period. So basically what is happening here? Keyword here is cost. You have to keep the cost as low as possible, because if you spin up 20 EC2 instances at the beginning of the day unnecessarily, the cost increases. So due to that reason, this option is ruled out here. And if you use this option, target tracking action, so that will be helpful because user will not complain, as CPU will be monitored and machines will be spinned up quickly on the basis of requirement and on the basis of usage. So option C is the correct answer here. And this is going to be 41st question of this series. A financial service company has a web application that serves users in the United States and Europe. The application consists of a database tier and a web server tier. The database tier consists of a MySQL database hosted in US East 1. The Amazon Route 53 geo proximity routing is used to direct the traffic to instances in the closest region. A performance review of the system reveals that European users are not receiving the same level of query performance as those in United States. Which changes should be made to the database tier to improve the performance? And here are the options. And here correct option will be option D, migrate the database to an Amazon Aurora global database in MySQL compatibility mode, configure read replicas in one of the European region. So this is the correct answer here because Amazon Aurora global database span across multiple AWS region and hence enables low latency global reads and provides fast recovery from the rare outage that might affect an entire AWS region. An Aurora global database has a primary DB cluster in one region and up to 5 secondary DB clusters in different region. So answer D is going to be correct here. And now question 42. A company hosts a static website on premises and want to migrate the website to AWS. The website should load as quickly as possible for users around the world. The company also wants the most cost-effective solution. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. And this must be very obvious for few of you because the most cost effective option is to migrate the website to Amazon S3. You must all be aware that Amazon S3 is the cheapest or most cost effective method for hosting a website, and configure that bucket for static website hosting. So obviously we can use Amazon S3 for only static website hosting. It can be used for static website hosting. And now to enable good performance for global users, we have in the question around the world. So for global users, the solution architect should then configure a CloudFront distribution with the S3 bucket as origin, and this will cache the static content around the world closer to the user. So this option will help in both hosting the website at cheapest method, and at the same time using the CloudFront, it will help in caching the content around the world, and hence it will improve the performance around the world for the users, and it will improve the user experience at the same time. And now question 43rd. A solution architect is designing a storage solution for high performance computing environment based on Amazon Linux. The workload stores and processes a large amount of engineering doing that requires shared storage and heavy computing. Which storage option should be the optimal solution here? And here are the options. Answer will be option B, and this is again very obvious here because we have two clue here: HPC, high performance computing, and Amazon Linux. This is the clue here, and whenever there is a requirement of high performance computing and Linux is also given, then for sure answer will be FSX for Lusher. And what does this Lusher means? Lusher actually stands for Linux plus cluster. So this simply stands for Linux plus cluster. So it is perfect for high performance computing. So answer is option B here. And now question number 44. A company is performing an AWS well architected framework review of an existing workload deployed on AWS. The review identified a public facing website running on the same Amazon EC2 instance as a Microsoft Active Directory domain controller that was installed recently to support other AWS services. A solution architect need to recommend a new design that would improve the security of the architecture and minimize the administrative demand on IT staff. What should the solution architect recommend here? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Use AWS Directory Service to create managed Active Directory. Uninstall the Active Directory on the current EC2 instance. So basically you can migrate AD to AWS Managed AD and keep the web server alone. So option A will be correct here and you can go for it. And now question number 45th. A company hosts a static website within Amazon S3 bucket. A solution architect needs to ensure that the data can be recovered in case of accidental deletion. Which action will accomplish this? And here are the options. Enable Amazon S3 versioning, enable Amazon S3 intelligent tiering, enable an Amazon S3 lifecycle policy, enable Amazon S3 cross region replication. So which should be correct answer here? And correct answer here will be option A, enable Amazon S3 versioning. And this is why, because object versioning is meant for keeping the multiple variant of an object in the same Amazon S3 bucket. Basically, whenever you create any modification in that particular content or any update or anything you do, the previous version will also be saved for your future reference or for your future use if you want to make the use of that. And versioning provides the ability to recover both from unintended user action and application failures. Even if the data deletion or data modification is done by the user unintentionally, then also it will recover, even though it will also recover when the application fails due to any cause. So you can use versioning to preserve, retrieve and restore every version of every object stored in your Amazon S3 bucket. So correct answer here will be option A only. And now question number 46. A company's production application run online transaction processing on an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance. The company is launching a new reporting tool that will access the same data. The reporting tool must be highly available and not impact the performance of the production application. How can this be achieved? So here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Create a multi-AZ RDS read replica of the production RDS DB instance. So this is going to be the correct answer here, because here option A is wrong, as early snapshot help to provide backup and not to reduce load. So option A is wrong here. And now option C. Option C is also wrong, as RDS does not support scaling for read replicas. So it is also wrong. And now option D is also wrong, because single AZ read replica does not provide high availability. There is single AZ read replica, so it will not provide high availability. So option B is correct here only. And now question number 47. A company runs an application in branch office within a small data closet with no virtualized compute resources. The application data is stored on an NFS volume. The compliance standard require a daily offsite backup of the NFS volume. Which solution meets this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Install an AWS storage gateway, file gateway, hardware appliances on premises to replicate the data to Amazon S3. Because question clearly states that a small data closet with no virtualized compute resources. This implies that there is a need for an on-site hardware appliances. So this is the correct answer here. And now question number 48. A company's web application is using multiple Linux Amazon EC2 instances and storing data on Amazon Elastic Block Store volumes. The company is looking for a solution to increase the resiliency of the application in case of a failure and to provide the storage that complies with atomicity, consistency, isolation and durability. Basically, to comply with ACID. What should a solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option C. Create an application load balancer with auto scaling groups across multiple availability zones, store data on Amazon Elastic file system and mount a target on each instance. And this is correct answer here, because relational database were built around the notion of ACID and were easiest way to achieve ACID, and the easiest way to achieve ACID was to keep everything on the same box. So here option C will be correct answer. And now question number 49. A security team to limit access to specific services or actions in all of the team's AWS account. All accounts belong to a large organization in AWS organization. The solution must be scalable and there must be a single point where permissions can be maintained. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Create a service control policy in the root organizational unit to deny access to the service or actions. Because SCPs or service control policies are one type of policies that you can use to manage your organization. SCPs offers central control over the maximum available permission for all account in your organization. And this also allows you to ensure your account stay within your organization's access control guidelines. So option D will be correct here. And now question number 50. A data science team requires storage for nightly log processing. The size and number of logs is unknown and will persist for only 24 hours. What is the most cost effective solution here? And here are the options. Amazon S3 Glacier, Amazon S3 Standard, Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering and Amazon S3 One Zone Infrequent Access. And correct answer here will be Amazon S3 Standard. And this may be a little bit surprising for you, because you may think that S3 Intelligent Tiering is the correct answer because number of logs is unknown. But here we know that our data is stored only for 24 hours and we want the cost effective solution, and intelligent tier will have additional monitoring and tiering charges. Even if it is extremely small charge, we should go for standard. There will be no benefit with intelligent plus additional cost. So option B is correct here. And this is going to be 51st question of the series. A company is hosting a web application on AWS using a single Amazon EC2 instance that stores user uploaded document in Amazon Elastic Block Store, that is Amazon EBS volume. For better scalability and availability, the company duplicated the architecture and created a second EC2 instance and EBS volume in another availability zone, placing both behind an application load balancer. After completing this change, user reported that each time they refreshed the website, they could see one subset of their document or the other, but never all the document at the same time. What should a solution architect propose to ensure users see all their document at once? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Copy the data from both EBS volume to Amazon Elastic File System, that is Amazon EFS. Modify the application to save new document to Amazon EFS. And this option is correct because EFS is highly scalable and highly available file share servers, and also two EC2 instance can mount onto the same EFS to access same set of document. So basically, like if there are two instance and they want to access the data from this particular EFS, they can access from this. But this is not possible in case of EBS because there will be two EBS, and also here it is already told that volume will be in another availability zone. Very first thing is that EBS can't span across availability zone. It can be attached to the instance in the same availability zone. So as there will be two EBS, so it will not be feasible at all. So using EFS will be the solution here because as I already told you, it is highly scalable, it is highly available, and at the same time two instances can access it at the same time. So option C is correct here. And now question number 52. A company is planning to use Amazon S3 to store images uploaded by its user. The image must be encrypted at rest in Amazon S3. The company does not want to spend time managing and rotating the keys, but it wants to control who can access those keys. What should a solution architect use to accomplish this? And here are the options. And you may be familiar with all these options. All these are used for encryption purpose only. And correct answer here will be option D, server-side encryption with AWS KMS managed keys. So this is because if you want to control the access of the keys, then you must use server-side encryption KMS IAM authorization feature. This feature is not available in S3. So these options are eliminated. But now this option is also there. But here, as it is already told you, that company does not want to spend time in managing and rotating the keys. So option D will be correct here. And now question number 53. A company is running an e-commerce application on Amazon EC2 instances. The application consists of a stateless web server tier that requires a minimum of 10 instances and a peak of 250 instances to support the application's usage. The application requires 50 instances 80% of the time. Which solution should be used to minimize the cost? And here are the options. Let me first show you the correct answer. Correct answer here will be option D. Purchase reserved instances to cover 50 instances. Use on demand and export instances to cover the remaining instance. So basically we are using reserved instances for 50 instances, and this is why because the application requires 50 instances 80% of the time. So at least 50 should be there already, and peak can go to up to anywhere. We should not focus there, but the minimum that is required is 50. So at least 50 reserved instances should be there, and for the rest of the things we can use on demand and export instances to cover the remaining load. So correct answer is option D here. And now question number 54. A company has deployed an API in a VPC behind an internet facing application load balancer An application that consumes the API as a client is deployed in the second account in private subnet behind a net gateway. When request to the client application increases, the net gateway costs are higher than expected. A solution architect has configured the ALB to be internal. Which combination of architectural changes will reduce the net gateway cost? Choose 2. So here are the options. And here we have 5 options and we have to select the 2. So correct answer here will be option A and option B. Configure a VPC peering connection between the two VPCs, access the API using the private address. And second correct option will be configure a private link connection for the API into the client VPC, access the API using the private link address. So basically when you establish peering relationship between two VPCs across different AWS regions, resources in VPC, for example, it may be EC2 instances and Lambda function in different AWS region can communicate with each other using the private IP address without using a gateway, VPN connection or network appliances. So the traffic remains in the private space. So option A and option D will be correct here. And now question number 55. A solution architect is tasked with transferring 750 TB of data from an on-premises network attached file system located at a branch office Amazon S3 Glacier. The migration must not saturate the on-premises 1 Mbps internet connection. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And here correct option will be option D. Order 10 AWS Snowball Edge Storage Optimized devices and select an Amazon S3 bucket as destination. Create a lifecycle policy to transition the S3 object to Amazon S3 Glaciers. So option D is correct here. And now question number 56. A company has a two-tier application architecture that runs in public and private subnet. Amazon EC2 instances running the web application are in the public subnet and a database run on private subnet. The web application instances and the database are running in single availability zone. Which combination of steps should a solution architect take to provide high availability for this architecture? Choose 2. And here are the options. So correct answer here will be option B and option E. Create an Amazon EC2 auto scaling group and application load balancer spanning multiple edges and create new public and private subnet in the same VPC, each in new AZ. Migrate the database to an Amazon RDS multi-AZ deployment. And here the load balancer and auto scaling group should span across multiple instances, across multiple AZs, and using auto scaling and ELP by spanning the auto scaling group across the multiple AZs within a region and then setting up the ELB to distribute incoming traffic across AZs help us to take the advantage of the safety and reliability of the geographic redundancy. RDS multi-AZ provides high availability by creating as standby instances in different AZ. So option B and E are going to be correct here. And now question number 57. A solution architect is implementing a document review application using an Amazon S3 bucket for storage. The solution must prevent an accidental deletion of the document and ensure that all the versions of the documents are available. User must be able to download, modify and upload the document. Which combination of actions should be taken to meet these requirements? Choose 2. And here are the options. And I think you must have guessed correct options here because I think it is repeated question here, and option B and D will be correct here because enabling versioning you will be able to save all the versions of the document, and enable MFA delete will require you to have multi-factor authentication when deleting an object version. So deletion of any file or any data will not occur by mistake as it will need multi-factor authentication. So you will have the time to think twice before deleting any data or file. So now question number 58. An application hosted on AWS is experiencing performance problem and the application vendor want to perform an analysis of the log file to troubleshoot further. The log file is stored on Amazon S3 and is 10 GB in size. The application owner will make the log file available to the vendor for a limited time. What is the most secure way to do this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Generate a pre-signed URL and have the vendor download the file before it expires. This is correct here because option A and B are providing public link. So these are eliminated here as it may cause security concern, and option D is not suitable because here in the question it is a vendor user accessing a log file. So here user used to access the application which is hosted in AWS, and he is not the one who has permission to AWS console management. So creating IAM is not feasible. So it is not correct here at all because IAM user for the vendor to provide access to S3 will not work here. So option C is correct here. And now question number 59. A solution architect is designing a two-tier web application. The application consists of a public-facing web tier hosted on Amazon EC2 instances in public subnet. The database tier consists of Microsoft SQL Server running on Amazon EC2 in private subnet. Security is high priority for the company. How should security group be configured in the situation? Choose two. And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A and option C. Configure the security group for the web tier to allow inbound traffic on the port 443 from everywhere. Basically 0.0.0 means traffic from every IP is allowed. And now configure the security group for the database tier to allow inbound traffic on the port 1433 from the security group for the web tier. And this is because as the secure way to configure the communication is by defining inbound on 443 for all the public facing web tier and only inbound access on port 1433 on the database tier from the security group of the web tier, as database work on this particular port 1433. So this is going to be the correct answer here. And now question number 60. A company allows its developer to attach existing IAM policies to existing IAM roles to enable faster experimentation and agility. However, the security operation team is concerned that developer could attach the existing administrator policy, which would allow the developers to circumvent any other security policies. How should a solution architect address this issue? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Set an IAM permission boundary on developer IAM role that explicitly denies attaching administrator policy. Because if you have explicitly denied that administrator policy can't be attached, then it will not create an issue. So option D is correct here. And this is going to be 61st question of this series. A company has a multi-tier application that runs 6 front-end web server in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group in a single availability zone behind an application load balancer. A solution architect needs to modify the infrastructure to be highly available without modifying the application. Which architecture should the solution architect choose that provides high availability? So here are the options, and the requirement of the question is that it should provide high availability. So basically we should focus on this term only. So correct answer here will be option B. Modify the auto scaling group to use 3 instances across each of the 2 availability zones. Because high availability can be enabled for this architecture quite simply by modifying the existing auto scaling group to use multiple availability zones. Because if we use multiple availability zone, and if one particular availability zone is impacted by any external factors such as earthquake or flood or anything it may be, then we will have the availability due to second availability zone. and the ASG will automatically balance the load, so you don't actually need to specify the instances per AG. So basically there should be two availability zones, there should be auto scaling group, and it will automatically distribute the load and it will automatically handle everything. So it will give you high availability, that is the requirement of the question. So option B is correct here. And now question number 62. A company runs an application on a group of Amazon EC2 instances. For compliance reason, the company must retain all the application log for 7 years. The log files will be analyzed by a reporting tool that must access all the files concurrently. Which storage solution meet this requirement most cost effectively? So all these are the keyword here: for 7 years, reporting tool, concurrently, and most cost effectively. And here are the options. So basically we have to find for most cost effectively, which is exactly this one. And for reporting tool, so basically it will be read only. It will be read only and concurrently. So multiple files can be accessed at the same time. So correct answer here is D. But why it is the correct answer? However, from the concurrently, you may be confused with EFS because Amazon S3 doesn't support concurrently, but it doesn't support write concurrently. If you are writing to Amazon S3, it will not support concurrently definitely, but it can support concurrently in case of read. And here we have to just analyze the log, so read will be the requirement. So option D, that is Amazon S3, is absolutely correct here. So don't be confused with Amazon EFS. Now question number 63. A media streaming company collect real-time data and store it in a disk optimized database system. The company is not getting the expected throughput and want an in-memory database storage solution that performs faster and provides high availability using data replication. Which database should a solution architect recommend? So here are the options. And correct option here will be, let me first show you clue here: real-time data and in memory. Maybe you must have got the correct answer here, and it will be option C, because Redis and Memcached both are okay for in memory. That will be fine, but only Redis can make replication, and that is the requirement of the question here. So only option C will be correct here. However, for in memory, both these options are suitable, but due to replication, that is only possible in case of Redis, so option C is correct here. And now question number 64. A company hosts its product information web pages on AWS. The existing solution uses multiple Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer in an auto scaling group. The website also uses a custom DNS name and communicates with HTTPS only using a dedicated SSL certificate. The company is planning a new product launch and want to be sure that users from around the world have best possible experience on new website. What should a solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A, redesign the application and use the Amazon CloudFront. And this is because you can clearly see company hosts its product information web page. Basically, it is going to be static information. So this is absolutely static. But here we are using Amazon EC2. So this will be very costly because we can use S3 for the same. So we have to redesign the application to use S3 because it is static content. And after redesigning the application, as the requirement is to give the better experience for the user around the world, and this is the clue for using the CloudFront. In any question, if you get the keyword around the world, then you should go for Amazon CloudFront. So basically, complete requirement of the question is we have to use S3 with CloudFront. And that's why option A is correct here. And CloudFront also integrates seamlessly with ALB and provide option to use custom DNS and SSL certificate. So this requirement will also be satisfied here. And that's why we are using Amazon CloudFront here. And now question number 65. A solution architect is designing the cloud architecture for a new application being deployed on AWS. The process should run in parallel with adding and removing application node as needed based on the number of jobs to be processed. The processor application is stateless. The solution architect must ensure that the application is loosely coupled and the jobs items are durably stored. Which design should the solution architect use? So here are the options. And correct option here will be option C. And this is because here A and B are wrong because they are using launch configuration. And here also they are using launch configuration. And basically launch configuration are never preferred, only launch template are preferred. So we should go for launch template. But if we talk about launch template, they are available in both the options, option C and option D. Then why we are choosing only option C? And this is because we are using SNS topic to send the job that need to be processed. But SNS topic is pub sub model, basically publish and subscribe model. So it will send the job to many subscribers. So that is not the requirement here. So we are going to use Amazon SQS because for decoupling process, this is the best solution in any scenario. So option C is the correct answer here. And now question number 66. A marketing company is storing CSV files in Amazon S3 bucket for statistical analysis. An application on Amazon EC2 instance need permission to efficiently process the CSV data stored in S3 bucket. Which action will most securely grant EC2 instance access to the S3 bucket? So here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Associate an IAM role with least privilege permissions to the EC2 instance profile. So in any option or in any question, least privilege should be the clue because in any scenario we just want to provide least privilege permissions. And also as we are talking about a particular service, so we are going to use IAM role here. So there should not be any conflict with any other option because IAM role is not available in any other options. And let me just further explain you for better understanding. Keyword here is privilege permissions. So keyword here is privilege permissions, and IAM role enables you to manage access to AWS service and resources securely. Using IAM, you can create and manage AWS users groups and use permissions to allow and deny their access to resources. Basically, we are talking here about particular resource. And also IAM is a feature of your AWS account offered at no additional cost. You will be charged only for the use of other AWS service by the user. So basically IAM is just free of charge. And now question number 67. A company has on-premises servers that run a relational database. The database serves high read traffic for users in different locations. The company wants to migrate the database to AWS with the least amount of effort. The database solution must support high availability and must not affect the company's current traffic flow. Which solution meet these requirements? And here are the options. And option A, use a database in Amazon RDS with multi-AZ and at least one read replica is the correct answer here. And this is because the standby in multi-AZ deployment cannot take on read request. So read request will not be taken by this option. It is only meant for failover and is not used for read purposes. So A is correct in this regard because we need to access the replica for consistency when needed. So this will satisfy both the needs, basically for failover and the read request as well. So option A is better and correct here. And now question number 68. A company's application is running on Amazon EC2 instances within an auto scaling group behind an elastic load balancer. Based on the application history, the company anticipates a spike in traffic during a holiday each year. A solution architect must design a strategy to ensure that the auto-scaling group proactively increases capacity to minimize any performance impact on the application user. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option B. Create a recurring scheduled action to scale up auto scaling group before the expected period of peak demand. So basically question mentions that company anticipates a spike in traffic during holiday each year. So it directly implies to schedule, and as it is each year, so we are using recurring here. So basically this is the correct answer, recurring scheduled action to scale up auto scaling group before the expected period of peak demand. And now question number 69. A company hosts an application on multiple Amazon EC2 instances. The application processes messages from an Amazon SQS queue, writes for Amazon RDS table and deletes the message from the queue. Occasional duplicate records are found in the RDS table. The SQS queue does not contain any duplicate messages. What should a solution architect do to ensure messages are being processed only once? And here are the options. And here option D is correct. Use the change message visibility API to increase the visibility timeout. And this is because increasing visibility timeout will allow more time for the message to be processed and deleted before it has a chance to become visible again to other subscriber to the SQS queue. So option D is correct here. And now question number 70. An Amazon EC2 administrator created the following policy associated with an IAM group containing several users. What is the effect of this policy? So here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. And this is why. So basically from this we can see effect is allowed, action is terminate instances. So terminate instances is allowed, and from where? From the source IP. And this is not the exact IP, this is the subnet. And one more effect is here, deny action for EC2. And we have to deny if string is not equal to, focus on this part, this is string not equal to US East 1. If string is not equal to US East 1, basically if rean is not equal to this one, then it will be denied. So first requirement is that rean should be this one, US East 1. And US East 1 is available in which options? It is available in this option. It is available in this option. It is available in this option. But here cannot terminate. This is obviously incorrect. And here can terminate. So this may be correct. And now user can terminate with this rean. Yeah, this may be also correct. And the user can terminate in any except, no, this is not the case, because user from this only rean can terminate. So we are left with these two options. And now this one is correct. And why? Because we are provided with source IP should be this one. And here we are given with this, and definitely this is the subset IP of this subnet only, and this is also the IP of this subnet. But since 10.100.100.1 is reserved IP and unavailable in the CIDR block, so it becomes invalid option, and we are left with only this option. So this is the correct answer here. A solution architect is optimizing a website for an upcoming musical event. Videos of the performances will be streamed in real time and then will be available on demand. The event is expected to attract a global online audience. Which service will improve the performance of both the real-time and on-demand streaming? And here are the options: Amazon CloudFront, AWS Global Accelerator, Amazon Route 53, Amazon S3 Acceleration. And here correct answer will be option A, Amazon CloudFront, because you can use CloudFront to deliver video on demand or live streaming video using any HTTP origin. Global Accelerator is a good fit for non-HTTP use cases such as gaming based on UDP, IoT based on MQTT as per voice IP, as well as for HTTP use cases that specifically require static IP. So Global Accelerator can help you only in static IP. That's the use case for this. So option A, CloudFront, will be helpful for you, and I have already told you that if it is talking about the world audience, then CloudFront will be the correct answer. And now question number 72. A company has a 3-tier image sharing application. It uses an Amazon EC2 instance for the front end layer, another for the back end layer, and third for the MySQL database. A solution architect has been tasked with designing a solution that is highly available and require the least amount of changes to the application. Which solution meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option D. Use load balanced multi-AG AWS Elastic Beanstalk environment for the front end and the back end layers. Move the database to an Amazon RDS instance with multi-AG deployment. Use Amazon S3 to store and serve users image. And this is because the keyword from the question is highly available. Obviously it should be highly available. And second one, it requires least amount of changes to the applications. So basically for highly available we are using multi-AZ, and for least amount of changes to the application we are using Elastic Beanstalk that automatically handles the deployment from capacity provisioning, load balancing, auto scaling to application health monitoring. And also, as it is static content, Amazon S3 will be used to serve users image. And now question number 73. A solution architect is designing a system to analyze the performance of the financial markets while the markets are closed. The system will run a series of compute intensive jobs for 4 hours every night. The time to complete the compute job is expected to remain constant, and the job cannot be interrupted once started. Once completed, the system is expected to run for a minimum of 1 year. Which type of EC2 instances should be used to reduce the cost of the system? And here are the options. And here correct option will be option D, scheduled reserved instance. And this one is correct because scheduled reserved instance reserves the capacity that is scheduled to recur daily, weekly or monthly with a specified start time and duration for a 1 year term. After you complete your purchase, the instances are available to launch during the time windows that you specified. So all the requirements will be satisfied here by using this instance type. So option D is correct. And now question 74. A company built a food ordering application that captures user data and stores it for future analysis. The application's static front end is deployed on an Amazon EC2 instance. The front end application sends the request to the backend application running on separate EC2 instance. The backend application then stores the data in Amazon RDS. What should a solution architect do to decouple the architecture and make it scalable? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option D. Use Amazon S3 to serve the static front end application. So basically this is the universal thing. Whenever there is static content, we have to use Amazon S3, not EC2 instance as it is using here. And then send request to Amazon API gateway, which writes the request to an Amazon SQS queue. Place the backend instances in an auto scaling group and scale based on the queue depth to process and store the data in Amazon RDS. And also, as we want to decouple the application, and the best solution for decoupling is to use SQS, and that is available here. So option D is correct. And if you compare it with option C, there is SQS, but here they are using EC2 instance, and that is not cost effective at all. And if you compare with option A and B, they are using S3, that is fine, but they are not using SQS. That is missing here in both the options, and that is the issue with rest of the 3 options. So option D is correct here. And now question number 75. A solution architect need to design a managed storage solution for a company's application that includes high performance machine learning functionality. This application run on AWS Fargate and connected storage needs to have concurrent access to files and deliver high performance. Which storage options should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And just by having a look on this high performance, you must have got to the option Amazon FSx, and this is not correct here. Option B is not correct here at all, as option C, create an Amazon EFS file share and establish an IAM role that allow Fargate to communicate with Amazon EFS. This is correct here, and the reason here is, even though FSx for leisure support concurrent process, this requirement will be satisfied, but the issue is that Fargate doesn't support leisure. The Fargate will not support this leisure, so this is the issue here, and option C is going to be correct here. And now question number 76. A bicycle sharing company is developing a multi-tier architecture to track the location of its bicycles during peak operating hours. The company wants to use this data point in its existing analytics platform. A solution architect must determine the most viable multi-tier option to support this architecture. The data points must be accessible from the REST APIs. Which action meet these requirements for storing and retrieving location data? And here are the options. So correct option here will be option B, use Amazon API with AWS Lambda. And keyword here is data point in its existing analytics platform. Plus data must be accessible from the REST API. These are the keyword here, and track the location during the peak operating hours. So basically they already have analytic platform. So option A, Athena, and option D, Kinesis and data analytics are already out. Now B and C. C will not support REST API, so answer would be B. And now question number 77. A solution architect is designing a web application that will run on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The company strictly requires that the application should be resilient against malicious internet activity and attacks, and protect against new common vulnerabilities and exposures. What should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option C, subscribe to AWS Shield Advanced and ensure common vulnerabilities and exposures are blocked. Because WAF only doesn't cover the whole requirement. You may use WAF, but it will not cover the complete requirement. Because for resilient against malicious internet activity and attacks, AWS Shield will be fine, and protect against new common vulnerabilities and exposure, AWS WAF will be used for this. But for both the requirement, AWS Shield Advanced is required, because AWS Shield Advanced includes AWS WAF in its price subscription. So option C is correct here. And now question number 78. A company has an application that calls AWS Lambda functions. A code review shows that database credentials are stored in Lambda function source code, which violates the company's security policy. The credentials must be securely stored and must be automatically rotated on an ongoing basis to meet security policies requirement. What should a solution architect recommend to meet these requirements in most secure manner? And here are the options. And this must be easy one for you. And correct option here will be store the password in AWS Secret Manager. Associate the Lambda function with a role that can use the secret ID to retrieve the password from the secret manager. Use secret manager to automatically rotate the password. So basically AWS Secret Manager is designed specifically for confidential information like database credentials, API keys that need to be encrypted. So the creation of secret entry has the encryption enabled by default. It also gives you additional functionality of rotation of keys. So that will also be satisfied here. And now question number 79. A company is managing health record on premises. The company must keep these records indefinitely, disable any modification to these records once they are stored, and granularly audit access at all levels. The chief security officer is concerned because there are already millions of records not being used by any application and the current infrastructure is running out of space. The CTO has requested a solution architect design a solution to move existing data and support future record. Which service can a solution architect recommend to meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A. Use AWS data sync to move existing data to AWS. Use Amazon S3 to store existing and new data. Enable Amazon S3 object lock and enable AWS CloudTrail with data events. So basically we have to use AWS data sync to migrate existing data to Amazon S3 and then use the file gateway configuration of AWS storage gateway to retain access to the migrated and for ongoing update from your on premises file based application. So for the solution to move existing data and support future record, so here AWS data sync will be used for migration, and as granular audit access at all levels is required, so AWS CloudTrail with data event is the requirement here, and also modification to data is not possible, so Amazon S3 object lock is required here. So option A is correct here. And now question number 80. A company want to use Amazon S3 for secondary copy of its on premises dataset. The company would rarely need to access this copy. The storage solution cost should be minimal. Which storage solution meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be S3 one zone infrequent access, because company would rarely need this access and the cost should be minimal. So this is the best option for this. A company's operation team has an existing Amazon S3 bucket configured to notify an Amazon SQS when new objects are created within the bucket. The development team also want to receive event when new objects are created. The existing operations team workflow must remain intact. Which solution would satisfy this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here is option D. Create an Amazon SNS topic and SQS for bucket updates. Update the buckets to send the event to the new topic. Add subscription for both the queues in the topic. So this is the correct answer here, and this is why. Because it would allow the existing operation team workflow to remain intact, while also allowing the development team to receive event when new objects are created in the S3 bucket. SNS can be used to broadcast messages to multiple subscribers, including SQS queues, and can be used to decouple the sending and receiving of the message. And due to this reason, option D is absolutely correct here. And now question number 82. An application run on Amazon EC2 instances in private subnets. The application need to access an Amazon DynamoDB table. What is the most secure way to access the table while ensuring that the traffic does not leave the AWS network? So here are the options. And here correct answer is option A. Use a VPC endpoint for Amazon DynamoDB. Because a VPC endpoint for DynamoDB enables the Amazon EC2 instance in your VPC to use their private IP address to access the DynamoDB with no exposure to the public internet. Your EC2 instances do not require public IP address, and you don't need an internet gateway, a NAT device, or a virtual private gateway in your VPC. You use the endpoint policy to control the access to the DynamoDB, and the traffic between your VPC and the AWS service do not leave the AWS network. This is the very important point here, and also the requirement in the question itself, that traffic between the VPC and the AWS service does not leave the Amazon network. So option A is correct here. And now question number 83. A company built an application that lets user check into the places they visit, rank the places, and add the reviews about their experiences. The application is successful with a rapid increase in the number of users every month. The Chief Technology Officer fears the database supporting the current infrastructure may not handle the new load the following month because the single Amazon RDS for MySQL instance has triggered alarms related to resource exhaustion due to the read request. What can a solution architect recommend to prevent service interruptions at the database layer with minimal changes to the code? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Create RDS read replica and redirect the read-only traffic to the read replica endpoint. Enable a multi-agent deployment. And you may also get confused with Amazon Elastic Cache cluster, but the correct answer here is option A only, because here we are using read replicas which supports dynamic content. The reason is dynamic content, and if you go with Elastic Cache, it supports only static content. And now there may be query that why you are guessing that it is dynamic content, because the location information is constantly getting updated. Due to that reason it will be dynamic content, and due to dynamic content we are going to use RDS read replica. And location is constantly getting updated because they may visit any different places. So certainly there will be change in the places, and they will rank differently, they will add review differently. So it is going to be dynamic content only, and this will be the correct option here. And now question number 84. A company is looking for a solution that can store video archives in AWS from old news footage. The company needs to minimize the cost and will rarely need to restore these files. When the files are needed, they must be available in a maximum of 5 minutes. What is the most cost effective solution? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Store the video archives in Amazon S3 Glacier and use expedited retrievals, because S3 Glacier is cheapest option and also satisfies the retrieval requirement, that is of 5 minutes. And expedited retrievals allow you to quickly access your data. Here option A is correct because S3 Glacier is the cheapest option and also satisfies the retrieval time requirement, that is of 5 minutes. And now question number 85. A company has created a VPC with multiple private subnets in multiple availability zones and one public subnet in one of the AZs. The public subnet is used to launch a net gateway. There are instances in the private subnet that use a net gateway to connect to the internet. In case of a AZ failure, the company wants to ensure that the instances are not all experiencing the internet connectivity issues and that there is a backup plan ready. Which solution should a solution architect recommend that is most highly available? And here are the options. And option C will be correct here. Create public subnet in each AZ and launch a net gateway in each subnet. Configure the traffic from the private subnet in each AZ to the respective net gateway. And this is correct here because net gateway is resilient within a single AZ. So we must create multiple net gateways in multiple AZ for fault tolerance. And there is no cross AZ failover needed, because if an AZ goes down, it doesn't need net. If an AZ goes down, all the EC2 in that AZ will be down. No point of connecting EC2 in one AZ with the net gateway in other AZ. So due to that reason, option C is correct here. And now question number 86. A healthcare company stores highly sensitive patient records. The compliance requires that the multiple copies be stored in different locations. Each record must be stored for 7 years. The company has a service level agreement to provide record to the government agency immediately for the first 30 days and then within 4 hours of a request thereafter. What should a solution architect recommend? And correct answer here will be option A. Use Amazon S3 with cross-region replication enabled. After 30 days, transition the data to Amazon S3 Glacier using the lifecycle policy, because there is no other suitable option among B, C and D, as data is needed in 4 hours or less time. So correct answer here is option A. because data should be accessed within 4 hours after the 30 days, and it could be satisfied using Amazon S3 Glacier. And now question number 87. A company recently deployed a new auditing system to centralize information about operating system versions, patchings, and installed software for Amazon EC2 instances. A solution architect must ensure that all the instances provisioned through EC2 auto-scaling group successfully send report to the auditing system as soon as they are launched and terminated. Which solution achieves these goals most efficiently? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option B. Use EC2 auto scaling lifecycle hook to run a custom script to send data to the audit system when the instances are launched and terminated. Because the lifecycle hooks puts the instance into a wait state and then performs the custom action and will be able to run the custom script. So option B is the correct answer here. And now question number 88. A company recently implemented hybrid cloud connectivity using AWS Direct Connect and is migrating the data to Amazon S3. A company is looking for a fully managed solution that will automate and accelerate the replication of the data between the on-premises storage systems and the AWS storage services. Which solution should a solution architect recommend to keep the data private? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Deploy a data sync agent for the on-premises environment. Configure a sync job to replicate the data and connect it with the AWS service endpoint. Basically, you can use AWS data sync with your direct connect link to access the public endpoint or the private VPC endpoint. And when using the VPC endpoint, data transferred between the data sync agent and the AWS services does not transfer the public internet or need the public IP address, increasing the security of the data as it is copied over the network. And also data sync is for moving, transferring, migrating on-prem data to AWS storage gateway is for backups. So option A is correct here. And now question number 89. A company has a 150 TB of archived image data stored on premises that need to be moved to AWS cloud within the next month. The company's current network allows up to 100 Mbps upload for this purpose during the night only. What is the most cost-effective mechanism to move this data and meet the migration deadline? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option B. Order multiple AWS Snowball devices to ship the data to AWS. And this is so because if you try to transfer the data over the network, then if you work for 6 hours per night, and there will be 360 minutes for this, and in 60 minutes, and if we convert it into second, it will be 21,600 seconds. And we have the connection speed of 100 Mbps, and if we do the further calculation multiplying it by 100, it will be 216,000 MB. Basically, it will be equal to 2.1 TB. So only this much data can be transferred over the network. So this will not meet our requirement. We can use 2 Snowball edge storage optimized devices, and the size of those devices is equal to 80 TB. And let me also tell you the sizes of other devices. If we use Snowball, that is edge compute optimized, it will be compute optimized, and the size of this will be 40 TB, and size of Snowcone is equal to 8 TB, and the size of Snowmobile, which is the biggest, is equal to 100 petabyte, and 1 petabyte is equal to 1000 TB. So this is the calculation for this. It is equal to 1000 terabyte. So, and this will not work as like you will be able to transfer just to 2.1 if you use the connection of 100 Mbps, and because like if you work 6 hours and convert it into minutes, it will be equal to this much minute, and it will be equal to this much second, and per second it will be equal to this much data will be transferred per night only. Even if you calculate for the 30 days, it will be just 63 if I am not wrong here. So you should use only snowball devices. And now question number 90. A public facing web application queries a database hosted on an Amazon EC2 instances in private subnet. A large number of queries involved multiple table joins and the application performance has been degrading due to an increase in the complex queries. The application team will be performing the updates to improve the performance. What should a solution architect recommend to the application team? Choose two, and here are the options. And here we will follow the reverse pattern. Basically, correct options here are option B and option E. Create a RAID replica to offload the queries. Migrate the database to the Amazon RDS. A is wrong because SQS cannot cache the data, so it is wrong. And now Amazon Athena, it is used for querying the data in the S3, so it is also wrong. And now we talk about DynamoDB accelerator. It is also wrong because the question mentions multiple table joins, which implies the relational database, and DynamoDB is the non-relational database, so it is also wrong here. So correct option here are option B and option E.
A company is seeing access request by some suspicious IP address. The security team discovers that the requests are from different IP addresses under the same CIDR range. What should a solution architect recommend to the team? And here are the options. And correct answer here would be option C. Add a deny rule in the inbound table of the network ACL with a lower number than the other rules. So this will be correct option here. And why it is correct answer here? Because you can only create deny rule in the network ACL only. So NACL will be used here. And it is impossible with SGs to deny any traffic. And also network ACL processes the rules in order from the lowest numbered rule to the highest until they reach allow or deny. So basically, like if we have created multiple rules, like first one is with 100, then second one is 200, then third one is 300. So this rule will be processed first, and after that this one, and after that this one. And you must have seen this pattern that rules are created with 100, 200, 300 this way. And this is because if we want to insert any rule in between these two, then we can create rule with 101 or 102. So this will be helpful in that case. So basically NACL will be used here, and for that we will add an inbound rule with a lower number than the other rules. Basically if we add rule with the lowest number, then that will be calculated first and rest of them will be calculated or processed after that only. So option C is correct here. And now question number 92. A company recently expanded globally and want to make its application accessible to the users in those geographic locations. The application is deployed on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer in an auto scaling group. The application needs the ability to shift the traffic from resources in one region to another. What should a solution architect recommend? And here correct answer will be option C. Configure an Amazon Route 53 geo proximity routing rule. So this is the correct answer here. And you may get confused with this option, but this is wrong here in this case, because geolocation routing policy is used when you want to route the traffic based on the location of the users. And you will use geo proximity routing policy when you want to route the traffic based on the location of the resources, and optionally shift the traffic from resources in one location to resources in other location. And this is the requirement of our question here. So we are going to use geo proximity here only. And now question number 93. A company want to replicate its data to AWS to recover in the event of a disaster. Today, system administrator has a script that copy data to a NFS share. Individual backup files need to be accessed with low latency by application administrators to deal with the errors in the processing. What should a solution architect recommend to meet these requirements? And here correct answer will be option D. Modify the script to copy the data
to an AWS storage gateway for file gateway virtual appliances instead of the on-premises NFS share. So this is the correct answer here, and why it is correct here. Here option A and B are wrong because question is about NFS and Amazon S3 is not meant for NFS. So due to this, option A and B are eliminated, and C is wrong since backup is required and this facility will not be provided here, so option D is correct. And also file gateway employs a local read and write cache to provide a low latency to access the data for the file share client in the same local area network as the file gateway. And here that is also the requirement of our question, so this is absolutely correct here. And now question number 94. An application requires a development environment and a production environment for several years. The dev instances will run for 10 hours each day during normal business hours, while the prod instances will run 24 hours each day. A solution architect need to determine a compute instance purchase strategy to minimize the cost. Which solution is most cost effective? So here are the options. And correct answer here would be option C. Dev with scheduled reserved instance and prod with reserved instance. And this must be a very obvious question for you because dev instances will run 10 hours each day during normal business hours. Due to that reason, scheduled reserved instances are used because for the rest of the time, like 10 hours are utilization time and remaining 14 hours will be just causing the cost issue if we are not using scheduled reserved instance, and minimizing the cost is our requirement. And prod with reserved instance because prod are running 24 hours, so it should be standard reserved instance, and this will be the correct answer obviously. And now a company runs multiple Amazon EC2 instances in VPC across two availability zones. The instances host applications that use a hierarchical directory structure. The application need to read and write rapidly and concurrently to shared storage. What should a solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A. Create an Amazon Elastic file system, that is Amazon EFS file system. Mount the EFS file system from each EC2 instance. And this is correct here because EFS is fast for read and write and also shared the data. So all the requirement will be fulfilled here. And also if we go with EBS option, which are already eliminated, will cause the issue due to availability zones because EBS can be attached with the instance in the same availability zone, but here they have clearly mentioned about two availability zone. So these options are already eliminated and option A is the only correct answer. Now question number 96. A solution architect observes that a nightly batch processing job is automatically scaled up for 1 hour before the desired Amazon EC2 capacity is reached. The peak capacity is the same every night and the batch job always starts at 1 am. The solution architect need to find a cost-effective solution that will allow for the desired EC2 capacity to be reached quickly and allow the auto scaling group to scale down after the batch jobs are complete. What should the solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Configure scheduled scaling to scale up to the desired compute level. So from few key points, you can clearly figure out that this is the correct answer here. Same every night, 1 hour before the desired Amazon EC2 capacity is reached, and at the same time we are finding cost effective, and the job always start at 1 am. So due to particular time, to mitigate the issue, we have to use scheduled scaling to scale up to the desired compute level. And now question number 96. A solution architect must design a web application that will be hosted on AWS, allowing users to purchase access to premium shared content that is stored in an S3 bucket. Upon payment, content will be available for download for 14 days before the user is denied access. Which of the following would be the least complicated implementation? And here are the options. And correct answer here would be option D. Use an Amazon CloudFront distribution with an OAI. Configure the distribution with an Amazon S3 origin to provide access to the file through signed URL. Design the application to set an expiration of 60 minutes for the URL and recreate URL as necessary. So option D is correct here, and this is because there is no need to remove the data, but we have to just expire the pre-signed URLs. And option A and B are talking about removing the data. So both these are eliminated. So option C and option D are left with us. And now maximum expiry for pre-signed URL is 7 days. And here we are setting expiration of 14 days. So this is also eliminated. So we are left with option D, and this is the correct answer here. And now question number 98. A solution architect is designing a mission critical web application. It will consist of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer and a relational database. The database should be highly available and fault tolerant. Which database implementation will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And here we have to choose two options. Correct option here will be option D and E. MySQL compatible Amazon Aurora with multi-AZ and Amazon RDS for SQL Server Standard Edition multi-AZ. So here option A is eliminated because Redshift is a cloud data warehouse and not a SQL database. And option B is also wrong here because it does not say that global tables is active and it is a NoSQL database, and DynamoDB is a NoSQL database. And C is wrong because it's a multi-AZ and it will not support it. So option D and E are correct here. And now question number 99. A company's web application is running on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The company recently changed its policy, which now requires the application to be accessed from one specific country only. Which configuration will meet this requirement? And here are the options. Correct option here is configure AWS web on the application load balancer in VPC. And this is correct because security group cannot have the deny rule. So both these options are eliminated. And option C is satisfying both the need, and the instances are also behind the application load balancer, and it is also using AWS web, which will help us to access from one specific country only. So option C is correct here. And now question number 100. A solution architect has created two IAM policy, policy 1 and policy 2. Both the policies are attached to an IAM group, and here are the options. And here we have to find which particular action can be done by the user. And correct answer here will be option C, deleting Amazon EC2 instances. And why? So we have policy 1, this one, and now here policy 2. So from here we can see effect is allowed, and we can do what? IAM can get, IAM list, KMS list, and EC2, we can do anything with the EC2. And for DS directory, we can do anything with that also. Logs we can get, logs we can describe. But here are the options. Deleting IAM user, is it allowed? No, it is not allowed. And deleting directories, yeah, we can do anything with the directory. So it is also possible. Now deleting Amazon EC2 instances, yeah, that is also allowed. And deleting logs from the Amazon CloudWatch, logs can be get described but can't be deleted. So this is also wrong. Option D is also eliminated. Option A is also eliminated. But deleting directories and deleting Amazon EC2 instances are left with us. Now let us look at policy 2. Effect is deny, and the action DS, directory, delete. So deleting of directories is explicitly denied. So it is explicitly denied. So option C is correct here. A company has an Amazon EC2 instance running on a private subnet that need to access a public website to download patches and updates. The company does not want external website to see the EC2 instance IP address or initiate connection to it. How can a solution architect achieve this objective? Here are the options for this. Correct answer here will be option B. Create a NAT gateway in a public subnet, route outbound traffic from the private subnet through the NAT gateway. And this is correct here because NAT gateway is a network address translation service, basically NAT service. So you can use NAT gateway so that the instances in private subnet can connect to the services outside your VPC, but external service cannot initiate a connection with those instances. So basically this particular service is basically for this particular task only, that is for preventing external website or external service to initiate the connection to our EC2 instances in the private subnet. So option B is correct here. And now question number 102. A company must migrate 20 TB of data from a data center to AWS cloud within 30 days. The company's network bandwidth is limited to 15 Mbps and cannot exceed 70% utilization. What should a solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option A. Use AWS Snowball. Because with 50 Mbps connection and at 70% utilization, it will take multiple months to transfer this 20 TB of data. So using Snowball is the best option here, and this is the correct answer in this case. And now question number 103. A company has a website running on Amazon EC2 instances across two availability zone. The company is expecting a spike in traffic on specific holidays and want to provide a consistent user experience. How can a solution architect meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Use scheduled scaling. And why? Because we are expecting traffic at predictable time. And when load is predictable, we have to use scheduled scaling always. So this is the correct option here. And now question number 104. An e-commerce company is running a multi-tier application on AWS. The front end and the back end tier both run on Amazon EC2 instance, and the database run on Amazon RDS for MySQL. The backend tier communicate with the RDS instance. There are frequent calls to return identical datasets from the database that are causing performance slowdowns. Which action should be taken to improve the performance at the backend? And options are here. And correct option here will be option B. Implement Amazon Elastic Cache to cache the large datasets. So basically Amazon Elastic Cache will be used if same read request or same query is performed over and over again. And here also we are having the same scenario, frequent call from the identical database. So due to that reason, Elastic Cache will be used. And here is a clue for other question as well. If identical or similar, you found these terms, then you should go to Elastic Cache always. So option B is correct here. And now question number 105. A company has an on-premises data center that is running out of storage capacity. The company want to migrate its storage infrastructure to AWS while minimizing the bandwidth cost. The solution must allow for intermediate retrieval of data at no additional cost. How can these requirements be met? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Deploy AWS Storage Gateway using cached volumes. Use Storage Gateway to store data in Amazon S3 while retaining the copies of frequently accessed data subsets locally. So this is correct here because the company want to migrate its storage infrastructure to AWS. So cached volume would be available on premises, and also caching the data increases the speed in terms of retrieval. And here immediate retrieval is the requirement of the question, and it will also occur at no additional cost. And now question number 106. A company is processing data on a daily basis. The result of the operations are stored in Amazon S3 bucket, analyzed daily for 1 week, and then must remain immediately accessible for occasional analysis. What is the most cost effective storage solution alternative to the current configuration? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Configure a life cycle policy to transition the object to Amazon S3 one zone in frequent taxes after 30 days. So let me clear you one point. You must have gone for option C because this is standard infrequent access and here it is one zone. So you may think that it may be risky to store the data in this particular option, but here we are going for the most cost effective storage. In case of high availability, if HA is mentioned in the question, then definitely we have to select option C, but here we are focusing on the most cost effective. So in this case, we have to go for option D, and that is the correct answer in this case. And now, question number 107. A company delivers files in Amazon S3 to certain users who do not have AWS credentials. These users must be given access for a limited time. What should a solution architect do to securely meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B, generate a pre-signed URL to share with the users. So this is going to be correct here because pre-signed URLs grant permission for limited time, and also as they do not have AWS credentials, so due to that reason pre-signed URL becomes the most correct answer in this question. And now question number 108. A company wants to run a hybrid workload for data processing. The data needs to be accessed by on-premises application for local data processing using an NFS protocol and must also be accessible from the AWS cloud for further analytics and batch processing. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A. Use an AWS storage gateway, file gateway to provide file storage to AWS, then perform analytics on this data in AWS cloud. And this is correct here because AWS storage gateway, volume gateway uses ISCI, basically this one, ISCSI model. And AWS storage gateway, file gateway uses NFS. So it uses NFS. So we have to use A over D. So this one will be eliminated because we are not supposed to use volume gateway, as NFS protocol is the requirement of our question. And now question number 109. A company plans to store sensitive user data on Amazon S3. Internal security compliance requirement mandate the encryption of data before sending it to Amazon S3. What should a solution architect recommend to satisfy this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Client-side encryption with a master key is stored in AWS key management, that is AWS KMS. And here option A and C are eliminated because server-side encryption conflict with the mandate of the encryption of data before sending it to Amazon. So it should be client-side only. And now we are left with B and D. And D is correct here because AWS key encryption is about KMS. So due to this reason, option D is correct here. And now question number 110. A solution architect is moving the static content from a public website hosted on Amazon EC2 instances to an Amazon S3 bucket. An Amazon CloudFront distribution will be used to deliver the static assets. The security group used by the EC2 instances restrict the access to a limited set of IP ranges. Access to static content should be similarly restricted. Which combination of steps will meet this requirement? Choose two, and here are the options. And now correct answer here will be option A and B. Create an origin access identity OAI and associate it with the distribution. Change the permission in the bucket policy so that only the AI can read the object. And along with that, create an AWS web ACL that includes the same IP restriction that exists in the EC2 security group. Associate this with the new ACL with the CloudFront distribution. So basically C and D are eliminated here because security group cannot fulfill the purpose of denying the traffic. And now if we talk about E, the object permission in a bucket must be given to the files, not to the bucket in general. So this one is also eliminated here. So option A and B are correct here. Option A will help us in restricting the access to content in Amazon S3 bucket, and option B will help us because it is using AWS Web ACL. So option A and B are correct here. A company is investing a potential solution that would collect, process and store user service usage data. The business objective is to create an analytics capability that will enable the company to gather operational insights quickly using standard SQL queries. The solution should be highly available and ensure atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability, basically ACID compliance, in the data tier. Which solution should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option C. Use a fully managed Amazon RDS for MySQL database in multi-AZ design. And this is why, because RDS always confirms the ACID compliance, which is the requirement of the question. Moreover, there are two more reasons for the option C being correct. Standard SQL queries is the requirement in the question. You can see from here, which eliminates option A and option B, because it will not be satisfied if we go for option A and option B. And also high availability requirement in the question makes it option C because it is multi-AZ design. So option C is correct here in this question. And now question number 112. A company recently launched its website to serve content to its global user base. The company wants to store and accelerate the delivery of static content to its user by leveraging Amazon CloudFront with an Amazon EC2 instance attached as its origin. How should the solution architect optimize high availability for the application? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Configure another EC2 instance in different availability zone as a part of origin group. And this is because you can set up Amazon CloudFront with origin failover for scenarios that require high availability. And to get started, you can create an origin group with two origins, a primary and a secondary. If the primary origin is unavailable or returns a specific HTTP status code that indicate a failure, CloudFront automatically switch to the secondary origin. And this is not something which I am telling from my side. This is something which is stated in official AWS document. And I will share this document in the description. You can visit the document and can verify. Here is that document and it is stated here clearly. So due to that reason, option C is correct here. And now question number 113. An application running on Amazon EC2 instance in VPC A need to access files in another EC2 instance in VPC B. Both are in separate AWS account. The network administrator need to design a solution to configure secure access to EC2 instance in VPC B from VPC A. The connectivity should not have a single point of failure or bandwidth concern. Which solution will meet these requirements? And here are the options. And maybe this one is easy for you because correct answer here is option A. And when we are talking about VPCs or connectivity between VPCs, VPC peering is the best option always. And also VPC peering support cross account and cross region and cross VPC within the same account and does not have bandwidth limitation as well. So it will satisfy all the requirement of this question and it is going to be correct answer here only. And now question number 114. A company currently stores symmetric encryption keys in hardware security module. A solution architect must design a solution to migrate key management to AWS. The solution should allow for the key rotation and support the use of customer provided keys. Where should the key material be stored to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D, AWS Key Management Service, that is AWS KMS. And this one is correct here because keys are used for encryption and secret manager is used to store secret used for authentication, not for encryption. And due to that reason, these are eliminated, and obviously you must be aware about what is the purpose of Amazon S3. So it is also wrong. So option D, that is AWS KMS, is correct here. And now question number 115. A recent analysis of company's IT expenses highlights the need to reduce the backup cost. The company's chief information officer wants to simplify the on-premises backup infrastructure and reduce cost by eliminating the use of physical backup tapes. The company must preserve the existing investment in the on-premises backup application and workflows. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Set up storage gateway to connect with the backup application using the ISCSI virtual tape library VTL interface. And this one is correct because tape gateway enables you to replace using the physical tape on premises with virtual tape in AWS without changing the existing backup workflows. So option D is correct here. And now question number 116. A company hosts an application on Amazon EC2 instance that require a maximum of 200 GB storage space. The application is used infrequently with peaks during morning and evening. Disk I/O varies but peaks at 3000 IOPS. The chief financial officer of the company is concerned about the cost and has asked a solution architect to recommend the most cost-effective option that does not sacrifice the performance. Which solution should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B, Amazon Elastic Block Store General Purpose SSD of type GP2. So this one is correct here because IOPS are reaching up to the limit of 3000. And if you go with cold HDD SC1, IOPS limit is 250. And if you go with GP2, then the limit will be 16,000. And if you go with IO1, the limit of IOPS will be 64,000. And if you go with throughput optimized, that HDD, then IOPS limit will be 500. So these two options are eliminated, and at the same time, however, both these can satisfy the requirement, but this will be costly option, and we have to find the most cost effective storage option. So this one is going to be correct because you can use up to 16,000 IOPS. So GP2 option B is correct here. And now question number 117. A company's application hosted on Amazon EC2 instances need to access an Amazon S3 bucket. Due to data sensitivity, traffic cannot traverse the internet. How should a solution architect configure the access? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Configure a VPC gateway endpoint for Amazon S3 in the VPC. And this is very obvious, and we have also discussed it in our previous question and previous videos as well. S3 and DynamoDB are the two services which uses VPC gateway endpoint. So due to this reason, option B will be correct here because these are only two services which uses VPC gateway endpoint. So there is no confusion as such, and this is going to be the correct answer. And now question number 118. A company has two applications and it wants to migrate to AWS. Both the application processes a large set of files by accessing the same file at the same time. Both the application need to read the files with low latency. Which architecture should a solution architect recommend for the situation? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Configure two Amazon EC2 instances to run both the applications. Configure Amazon Elastic File System, that is Amazon EFS, with general purpose performance mode and bursting throughput to store the data. And this one is correct here because here we are talking about concurrency. Both the application need to read and write the files at the same time. So due to this same time, concurrency is occurring here, and we have already discussed this point as well, that concurrency is not supported by EBS and it will be supported by Amazon EFS, and due to that reason option D is going to be correct here. And now question number 119. An e-commerce company has noticed performance degradation of its Amazon RDS based web application. The performance degradation is attributed to an increase in the number of read-only SQL queries triggered by business analysts. A solution architect needs to solve the problem with minimal changes to the existing web application. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. Here will be option C. Create a read replica of the primary database and have the business analyst run their queries. So this one is correct here because there are two requirements: minimal changes and increase in the number of read-only requests. And read-only is the issue here. So for that, we can use read replica. Whenever there is slowness or latency due to read-only traffic, then we can always opt for read replica. And also it will cause minimal changes. So this is the correct option here. And now question number 120. A company is running a highly sensitive application on Amazon EC2 backed by an Amazon RDS database. Compliance regulations mandate that all the personally identifiable information, that is PII, be encrypted at rest. Which solution should a solution architect recommend to meet these requirements with the least amount of changes to the infrastructure? And here are the options. And correct answer here is option D. Configure Amazon Elastic Block Store encryption with Amazon RDS encryption with AWS Key Management Service keys to encrypt instance and database volumes. And this one is correct here because SSL encryption occurs only when the data is in transit. But here requirement is data should be encrypted at the rest itself. So option D is correct here. A company running an on-premises application is migrating the application to AWS to increase its elasticity and availability. The current architecture uses a Microsoft SQL Server database with heavy read activity. The company wants to explore alternate database options and migrate database engines if needed. Every 4 hours, the development team does a full copy of the production database to populate a test database. During this period, user experience latency. What should a solution architect recommend as a replacement database? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Use Amazon RDS for SQL Server with multi-AZ deployment and read replicas and restore snapshot from RDS for the test database. And this is correct here because changing database engine is not easier option. So it will be better if we find the option with the existing DB engine. So due to that reason, option D is going to be correct here. And now question number 122. A company has enabled AWS CloudTrail logs to deliver log files to an Amazon S3 bucket for each of its developer account. The company has created a central AWS account for streamlining management and audit reviews. An internal auditor need to access the CloudTrail logs, yet access need to be restricted for all developer account users. The solution must be secure and optimized. How should a solution architect meet these requirements? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option C. Configure CloudTrail log from each developer account to deliver the log files to an S3 bucket in the central account. Create an IAM role in the central account for the auditor. Attach an IAM policy providing read-only permissions to the bucket. And option C is correct because CloudTrail can send logs directly to a S3 bucket in another account. Even you can have confirmation on this from this AWS official document. You can have CloudTrail deliver log files from multiple AWS account into a single Amazon S3 bucket For example, you have 4 AWS account with account IDs, this one, this one, this one, and you want to configure the CloudTrail log to deliver the log files from all 4 of these account to a bucket belonging to this account. So you can do this, and I will also share the link of this document in the description. So option C is correct here. And now question number 123. A company has several business systems that require access to data stored in a file share. The business system will access the file share using the server SMB protocol. The file share solution should be accessible from both the company's legacy on-premises environment and with AWS. Which service will meet these business requirements? Choose 2, and here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C and E. Amazon FSx for Windows, AWS Storage File Gateway. And both these options C and E are correct, because by using Amazon FSx File Gateway for on-premises and FSx for Windows on cloud, the application can provide access to SMB both on the on-premises and on the cloud. So option C and E are correct here. And now question number 124. A company is using Amazon EC2 to run its big data analytics workload. These variable workload run each night, and it is critical they finish by the start of the business the following day. A solution architect has been tasked with designing the most cost-effective solution. Which solution will accomplish this? And here are the options. And correct answer here is option A, Sport Fleet. And let's discuss what is Sport Fleet. A Sport Fleet allows you to automatically request and manage multiple sport instances that provide the lowest price per unit of the capacity for your cluster or application, like a batch processing job or Hadoop workflow or a HPC grid computing. You can include the instance type that your application can use. You can also define a target capacity based on your application need and update the target capacity after the fleet is launched. Sport fleets enable you to launch and maintain the target capacity and no automatically request resources to replace any that are disrupted or manually terminated. So in short, from all this description, I can say you that Sport Fleet enable you to launch and maintain the target capacity. So basically target capacity will be maintained here, and due to that reason, you will be able to finish the work before the start of the following day by using the Sport Fleet. And due to this reason, option A is correct here. And now question number 125. A company has a Microsoft Windows based application that must be migrated to AWS. This application requires the use of shared Windows file system attached to multiple Amazon EC2 Windows instances. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Configure Amazon FSx for Windows file server. Mount the Amazon FSx volume to each Windows instance. And this one is correct here because Amazon EFS is not supported on Windows instance, and it is clearly mentioned Windows based application. So due to this reason, we will use Amazon FSx for Windows file server. And now question number 126. A company has created an isolated backup of its environment in another region. The application is running in warm standby mode and is fronted by an application load balancer. The current failover process is manual and requires updating a DNS alias record to point to the secondary ALB in another region. What should a solution architect do to automate the failover process? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Enable an Amazon Route 53 health check. And this is because Route 53 health check with active passive failover, and you can use active passive failover here. By using that, you will be able to automate the failover process. And now question number 127. A company has a mobile chat application with a data store based in Amazon DynamoDB. Users would like new messages to be read with as little latency as possible. A solution architect needs to design an optimal solution that requires minimal application changes. Which method should the solution architect select? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Configure Amazon DynamoDB accelerated DEX for the new messages table. Update the code to use the DEX endpoint. So basically, if your traffic is read heavy, consider using a caching service such as Amazon DynamoDB accelerated, that is DEX, because DEX is fully managed, highly available in-memory cache for DynamoDB that delivers up to 10x performance improvement from milliseconds to microsecond and even at millions of requests per second. So by using this DEX, performance can be improved to 10x. So due to that reason, option A is correct here. And now question number 128. A company is creating an architecture for a mobile app that requires minimal latency for its user. The company's architecture consists of Amazon EC2 instance behind an application load balancer running in an auto-scaling group. The EC2 instances connect to Amazon RDS. Application beta testing showed there was a slowdown when reading the data. However, the metrics indicate that the EC2 instances do not cross any CPU utilization threshold. How can the issue be addressed? And here are the options. And the answer here may be very obvious one for you, and correct answer here is option C, because here we are adding read replica for the RDS instances and directing the traffic to the read replica. Because what is happening in the question, reading the data was becoming slow. So due to that reason, adding the read replica will help us. So option A is correct here. And now question number 129. A company hosts its website on Amazon S3. The website serves petabyte of outbound traffic monthly, which account for most of the company's AWS cost. What should a solution architect do to reduce the cost? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Configure Amazon CloudFront with the existing website as the origin. So this one is correct here because CloudFront help with the distribution of S3 data and less distribution cost for reads. However, CloudFront does not help for upload, or we can say write to S3. If writing to S3 is the case, then most likely it would be about transfer accelerator. So here only A makes the sense. So this is the correct answer here. So let me explain you. If data is being read from S3, then go for CloudFront. And if data is being written to S3, in that case, go for transfer accelerator. I hope this is clear to you. And now question number 130. A company has implemented one of its microservices on AWS Lambda that accesses an Amazon DynamoDB table named books. A solution architect is designing an IAM policy to be attached to the Lambda function's IAM role, giving it access to put, update and delete in the book table. The IAM policy must prevent functions from performing any other actions on the book table or any other. Which IAM policy would fulfill these needs and provide the least privileged access? And here are the options. And here option B is wrong because it is using asterisk in the ARN name. Due to this, it is wrong here. And now option C is wrong because it is allowing all the actions which is not required in the question. And now option D is wrong because it denies everything. It is denying everything. So it is also wrong. And correct answer here is option A, obviously, because it is the only one which is left with us. Because this is granting insert by this put item and allowing to edit by this update and also allowing to remove by this delete on the book table. And at the same time, it is prohibiting any other action on the books table and any other table. So it is allowing action only on the book table and these are the actions. So it is prohibiting all the other actions. So option A is correct here. A company runs a website on Amazon EC2 instance behind an ELB application load balancer. Amazon Route 53 is used for the DNS. The company wants to set up a backup website with a message including a phone number and a email address that user can reach if the primary website is down. How should the company deploy this solution? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Use Amazon S3 website hosting for backup website and Route 53 failover routing policy. So basically keyword here is in the event that the original website becomes unavailable. Basically when primary website goes down, so we have to use Route 53 failover policy. And here B is incorrect because we are not talking about latency. And C is also incorrect because ELB is not cross region and cannot use ELB health check. And no mention of Route 53 policy is there, so it is also wrong. And also option D, deploy the application in another AWS region and use server-side redirection on the primary website. So it also doesn't make any sense. So option A is correct here only. And now question number 132. A media company is evaluating the possibility of moving its system to the AWS cloud. The company needs at least 10 TB of storage with maximum possible I/O performance for video processing, 300 TB of very durable storage for storing media content, and 900 TB of storage to meet requirement for archival media that is not in use anymore. Which set of services should a solution architect recommend to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Amazon EC2 instance store for maximum performance, Amazon S3 for durable data storage, and Amazon S3 Glacier for archival data storage. And here you may be confused with instance store, why we are using it, because Amazon S3 for durable storage is a very obvious, and at the same time Amazon S3 Glacier for archival storage is also very obvious, but only this one is little bit tricky. So for this, our question does not state if it need persistent or not, only talk about highest performance. So considering only that, instance store is suitable for this because instance store is over 5 times faster than EBS SSD for uncached reads, and it is equivalent to EBS SSD in case of cached reads, and instance store at the same time is 10x faster than EBS SSD for writes. So due to these reasons, option D is correct here. And now question number 133. A company uses Amazon S3 as its object storage solution. The company has thousands of S3 buckets it uses to store the data. Some of the S3 buckets have the data that is accessed less frequently than others. A solution architect found that lifecycle policies are not consistently implemented or are implemented partially, resulting in data being stored in high-cost storage. Which solution will lower the cost without compromising the availability of the objects? So here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C, use S3 intelligent tiering. And this one is correct because S3 intelligent tiering is ideal storage class for the data with unknown, changing or unpredictable access pattern, independent of the object size or retention period. You can use S3 intelligent tiering as a default storage class for virtually any load, especially data lakes, data analytics, new application and user generated content. And here also we are not sure about the data patterns or how it will be accessed. Here some of the files are accessed frequently and some of the files are not. So due to unknown nature, we are using S3 intelligent tiering here. And now question number 134. An application is running on Amazon EC2 instances. Sensitive information required for the application is stored in Amazon S3 bucket. The bucket need to be protected from internet access while only allowing services within the VPC access to the bucket. Which combination of actions should the solution architect take to accomplish this? Choose two, and here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A and option C. Create VPC endpoint for Amazon S3 and apply a bucket policy to restrict access to the S3 endpoint. So basically the bucket need to be protected from the internet access. From here you can see the requirement and it will be done by option C. And second requirement is only allowing the services within the VPC access to the bucket, and it will be fulfilled by option A. So option A and C are the correct answer here. And now question number 135. A web application run on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The application allows user to create custom report of historical weather data. Generating a report can take up to 5 minutes. These long-running requests use many of the available incoming connections, making the system unresponsive to the other users. How can a solution architect make the system more responsive? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Use Amazon SQS with AWS Lambda to generate report. And this one is correct here because Lambda timeout is 900 seconds. And here requirement is of just 5 minutes. So it can meet the requirement of the question. So option A is correct here. And now question number 136. A solution architect must create a highly available bash and host architecture. The solution need to be resident within a single AWS region and should require minimal effort to maintain. What should the solution architect do to meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Create a network load balancer backed by an auto scaling group with instances in multiple availability zone as the target. Here C is wrong because every time you add or delete a port or IP, you will have to manually change all the bastions. So option D will satisfy the requirement of minimal effort to maintain. So it is correct one. And also load balancing and auto scaling often goes together. So due to that reason also option D is correct here. And now question number 137. A 3-tier web application processes order from customers. The web tier consists of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. A middle tier of 3 EC2 instances decoupled from the web tier using Amazon SQS and an Amazon DynamoDB backend. At peak times, customers who submit orders using the site have to wait much longer than the normal to receive confirmation due to lengthy processing times. A solution architect need to reduce these processing time. Which action will be the most cost effective in accomplishing this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Use Amazon EC2 auto scaling to scale out middle tier instances based on the SQS queue depth. And here option A is wrong because Amazon Kinesis data firehose is not used for app decoupling like SQS. And now option B is also wrong because caching content for DB doesn't help much for such a write related transaction in online order submission. And now option C is also wrong because web content caching for the app at the edge doesn't help much for such a write related transaction in order submission. So only option D is correct here. And now question number 138. A company relies on an application that needs at least 4 Amazon EC2 instances during regular traffic and must scale up to 12 EC2 instances during the peak loads. The application is critical to the business and must be highly available. Which solution will meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here is option C. Deploy the EC2 instances in an auto scaling group. Set the minimum to 8 and maximum to 12 with 4 in availability zone A and 4 in availability zone B. And this one is correct because it requires high availability. If one availability zone is down, then at least 4 instances will be active in another availability zone, which is the key in the question because it requires at least 4 Amazon EC2 instances. And you may be confused with option A, but it is wrong because there will be 2 instances in availability zone A and 2 in availability zone B. And if B is down, let's suppose B is down, in that case there will be just 2 instances which will be running in availability zone A. And due to this, the requirement of at least 4 Amazon EC2 instances will not be satisfied. And now question number 139. A solution architect must design a solution for a persistent database that is being migrated from on-premises to AWS. The database requires 64,000 IOPS according to the database administrator. If possible, the database administrator wants to use a single Amazon Elastic Block Store volume to host the database instance. Which solution effectively meets the database administrator's criteria? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Create a Nitro based Amazon EC2 instance with Amazon Elastic Block Store, provisioned IOPS SSD IO1 volume. Configure the volume to have 64,000 IOPS. And this one is correct because EBS provisioned IOPS with volume type IO1 can go up to 64,000 IOPS. And Nitro based EC2 will enhance the performance. So option A is correct here. And now question number 140. A solution architect is designing an architecture for new application that requires low latency and high network throughput between Amazon EC2 instances. Which component should be included in the architectural design? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B, a placement group using a cluster placement strategy. Because low network latency is the requirement here. And let me inform you that server in cluster placement group are tightly coupled for low latency and high network throughput only. And let us discuss about a spread placement group also. A spread placement group places instances on distinct hardware so that it can increase the high availability. And here we are focusing on low network latency. In case of high availability, spread placement group will be used. A company has global users accessing an application deployed in different AWS regions, exposing public static IP addresses. The users are experiencing poor performance when accessing the application over the internet. What should a solution architect recommend to reduce the latency? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Set up AWS Global Accelerator and add endpoints. And this is correct here because it is mentioned in the question public static IP address. AWS Global Accelerator provides you with a static IP addresses that serve a fixed entry point to the application hosted in one or more regions. These IP addresses are anycast from AWS edge locations, so they are announced from multiple AWS edge locations at the same time. This enables traffic to ingress onto AWS global network as close to your users as possible. So option A is going to be correct here. And now question number 142. A company want to migrate a workload to AWS. The Chief Information Security Officer requires that all the data be encrypted at rest when stored in the cloud. The company wants complete control of the encryption key lifecycle management. The company must be able to immediately remove the key material and audit the key usage independently of AWS CloudTrail. The chosen services should integrate with other storage services that will be used on AWS. Which service satisfies these security requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B, AWS Key Management Service, that is AWS KMS with AWS Cloud HSM. And this is because you can store KMS customer master key in customer key store instead of standard customer KMS key store. Customer key stores are created using an AWS Cloud HSM cluster that you own and manage. This provides you direct control of the hardware security module that generate the key material for your CMK and perform cryptographic operation with them. And to get started with custom key stores, you first need to create a AWS Cloud HSM cluster. So option B is correct here. And now question number 143. A company recently deployed a 2-tier application in 2 availability zone in the US East 1 region. The database are deployed in private subnet while the web servers are deployed in the public subnet. An internet gateway is attached to the VPC. The application and the database run on Amazon EC2 instances. The database server are unable to access the patches on the internet. A solution architect need to design a solution that maintains the database security with the least operational overhead. Which solution will meet this requirement? And correct answer here will be option A. Deploy a NAT gateway inside the public subnet for each availability zone and associate it with an elastic IP address. Update the routing table of the private subnet to use it as a default route. And this one is correct here because You can use Network Address Translation Gateway, that is NAT gateway, to enable instances in private subnet to connect to the internet or other AWS services, but prevent the internet from initiating connection to those instances. However, all the options with NAT gateway and NAT instances are correct, but keyword here in the question is will incurring the least operational overhead. And due to this, option C and option D are out because NAT instance require EC2, which will incur cost, and therefore option A is best because it should be in public subnet, not in private subnet. So option A is correct here. And now question 144. A company has an application with REST-based interface that allows data to be received in near real time from a third-party vendor. Once received, the application processes and stores the data for further analysis. The application is running on Amazon EC2 instances. The third-party vendor has received many 5.3 service unavailable errors when sending data to the application. When the data volume spikes, the compute capacity reaches its maximum limit and the application is unable to process all requests. Which design should a solution architect recommend to provide a more scalable solution? And here are the options. And correct answer here is option A. Use Amazon Kinesis data stream to ingest the data, process the data using AWS Lambda function. And this one is correct here because Kinesis data stream work well with AWS Lambda for processing, and real-time data can be stored for 24 hours to 7-day period, giving ample time for Lambda to process, thereby reducing 5.3 error that the vendor is receiving. And obviously Lambda function will satisfy the need for processing. So option A is correct here. And now question number 145. A solution architect need to design a low latency solution for a static single page application accessed by users utilizing a custom domain name. The solution must be serverless, encrypted in transit, and cost effective. Which combination of AWS services and features should the solution architect use? Choose two, and here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A and option D, Amazon S3 and Amazon CloudFront. And here as serverless is the requirement and also content is static, so Amazon S3 can be used for the same, and also both CloudFront and Fargate are serverless. But this is a single page application and hence Fargate gets ruled out. And due to this only option A and D are correct here. And now question number 146. A company is migrating to the AWS cloud. A file server is the first workload to migrate. Users must be able to access the file share using the server message block, that is SMB protocol, which AWS managed service will meet this requirement. And here are the options. And correct answer here is option C, Amazon FSx. However, Amazon FSx provide you with two file systems to choose, Amazon FSx for Windows file server and Amazon FSx for Lusher for high performance workload. But Amazon FSx for Windows provides you fully managed storage that is accessible over the industry standard server message block, that is SMB protocol, which is the requirement of the question. So this one is going to be correct here. And now question number 147. A solution architect is designing a customer facing application. The application is expected to have a variable amount of reads and writes depending on the time of year and clearly defined access pattern throughout the year. Management required that the database auditing and scaling be managed in the AWS cloud. The recovery point objective, that is RPO, must be less than 5 hours. Which solution can accomplish this? Choose two. And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A and option E. Use Amazon DynamoDB with auto scaling. Use on-demand backup and AWS CloudTrail. And option E. Use Amazon RDS with auto scaling. Enable database auditing parameter. Configure the backup retention to at least 1 day. And here option A is correct because it is scalable with backup and AWS managed auditing. And now if we talk about option B, it is wrong because AWS DynamoDB stream can be used for auditing, but it is not AWS managed auditing. So due to this reason, option B is eliminated. And now if we talk about option C, Amazon Redshift is not a database, it is a data lake. So it is also eliminated. And now if we talk about option D, this one is also wrong as it will not be able to scale out. So only option A and option E are correct here. And now question number 148. A company has migrated an on-premises Oracle database to an Amazon RDS for Oracle multi-AZ DB instance in the US East 1 region. A solution architect is designing a disaster recovery strategy to have the database provisioned in the US West 2 region in case the database becomes unavailable in the US East 1 region. The design must ensure that the database is provisioned in the US West 2 region in a maximum of 2 hours with a data loss window of no more than 3 hours. How can these requirements be met? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Take automated snapshot of the database instance and copy them to US West 2 every 3 hours. Restore the latest snapshot to provision another database instance in US West 2 in case the disaster recovery environment need to be activated. And option C is correct here because if you have less stringent RTO and RPO requirement for your RDS SQL servers, using cross-region snapshot and restore is one of the most cost-effective and cross-region disaster recovery strategy. So option C is correct here. And now question number 149. A monolithic application was recently migrated to AWS and is now running on a single Amazon EC2 instance. Due to application limitation, it is not possible to use automatic scaling to scale out the application. The Chief Technology Officer wants an automated solution to restore the EC2 instance in the unlikely event the underlying hardware fails. What would allow for automatic recovery of EC2 instance as quickly as possible? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Configure an Amazon CloudWatch alarm that triggers the recovery of EC2 instance if it becomes impaired. And this one is correct here because using CloudWatch alarm actions, you can create alarms that automatically stop, terminate, reboot or recover your EC2 instance. You can use that stop or terminate actions to help yourself to save the money when you no longer need an instance to be running. You can use the reboot and recover actions to automatically reboot those instances or recover them onto new hardware if a system impairment occurs. So option A is correct here. And now question number 150. A solution architect is working on optimizing a legacy document management application running on Microsoft Windows Server in an on-premises data center. The application stores a large number of files on a network file share. The Chief Information Officer wants to reduce the on-premises data center footprint and minimize storage cost by moving on-premises storage to AWS. What should the solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Set up an AWS storage gateway, file gateway. And this one is correct here because file gateway allows your existing file-based application or devices to use secure and durable cloud storage without needing to be modified. With S3 file gateway, your configured S3 bucket will be available as network file system, that is NFS mount point, or server message block, that is SMB file shares. So option A is correct here. A solution architect is designing a hybrid application using the AWS cloud. The network between the on-premises data center and AWS will use an AWS Direct Connect connection. The application connectivity between AWS and the on-premises data center must be highly resilient. Which DX configuration should be implemented to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Configure DX connection at multiple DX locations. And please keep in mind that highly resilient and fault tolerant network connection are key to a well architected system. AWS recommends connecting from multiple data centers for physical local redundancy. So this one is correct here. And now question number 152. A company runs an application on Amazon EC2 instances. The application is deployed in private subnets in 3 availability zones of the US East 1 region. The instances must be able to connect to the internet to download files. The company wants a design that is highly available across the region. Which solution should be implemented to ensure that there are no disruptions to internet connectivity? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option B. Deploy a NAT gateway in public subnet of each availability zone. And this one is correct here because the question states that the application is deployed in private subnet, which requires a NAT gateway to provide internet connectivity. And NAT gateway are installed in the public subnet for this purpose. So this one is correct here. And now question number 153. Application developers have noticed that a production application is very slow when business reporting users run large production report against the Amazon RDS instance backing the application. The CPU and memory utilization metrics for the RDS instance do not exceed 60% while the reporting queries are running. The business reporting user must be able to generate report without affecting the application performance. Which action will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Create a read replica and connect the business report to it. And this one is correct here because for business reporting or data warehousing scenarios, you may want business reporting queries to run against a read replica rather than your primary or production DB instance. So basically you will ultimately reduce the load from your primary or production DB instance by using this read replica because it can satisfy the requirement of generating report. So due to all these, option D is correct here. And now question number 154. A company is running a 2-tier e-commerce website using AWS services. The current architect uses a public-facing elastic load balancer that sends traffic to Amazon EC2 instances in private subnet. The static content is hosted on EC2 instances and the dynamic content is retrieved from a MySQL database. The application is running in the United States. The company recently started selling to users in Europe and Australia. A solution architect needs to design the solution so that their international users have an improved browsing experience. Which solution is the most cost-effective solution? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Use Amazon CloudFront and S3 to host static images. And this one is correct here because option C, increase the number of public load balancer and EC2 instances, and option D, deploy the 2-tier website in AWS regions in Europe and Australia are not cost effective. And the requirement of the question is most cost effective. So due to this reason, these are wrong. And if we go with A, it is also wrong because it will not be able to provide improved browsing experience. That is the requirement of the question. So it is also wrong and option B is the only correct here. And now question number 155. A company's website provides users with downloadable historical performance report. The website needs a solution that will scale to meet the company's website demand globally. The solution should be cost effective, limit the provisioning of infrastructure resources, and provide the fastest possible response time. Which solution should a solution architect recommend to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A, Amazon CloudFront and Amazon S3. Because Amazon S3 is the best fit for website and can grow when needed without adding any infra. Because EC2 are excluded here. That will not be required. And CloudFront adds the better content distribution. So due to this reason, option A is correct here because it is providing us both the services CloudFront and Amazon S3. And now question number 156. A company wants to deploy a shared file system for its .NET application server and Microsoft SQL Server database. running on Amazon EC2 instances with Windows Server 2016. The solution must be able to integrate into the corporate Active Directory domain, be highly available, be managed by AWS, and provide high level of throughput and IOPS. Which solution meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option A. Use Amazon FSx for Windows file server. And this is because FSx for Windows can be integrated on-premises Active Directory. So option A is correct here. And now question number 157. A company that develops web application has launched hundreds of application load balancer in multiple regions. The company want to create an allow list for the IPs of all the load balancer on its firewall device. A solution architect is looking for a one-time, highly available solution to address this request, which will also help to reduce the number of IPs that need to be allowed by the firewall. What should the solution architect recommend to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Launch AWS Global Accelerator and create endpoint for all the regions. Register all the ALBs in different region to corresponding endpoint. And this is correct here because AWS Global Accelerator is the network layer service in which you create accelerators to improve availability and performance for internet application used by a global audience. So option C is correct here. And now question number 158. A company runs an application using Amazon ECS. The application creates resized version of an original image and then makes an Amazon S3 API call to store the resized image in the Amazon S3. How can a solution architect ensure that the application has permission to access Amazon S3? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Create an IAM role with S3 permission and then specify the role as task role ARN in the task definition. And this one is correct here because this role grants the container in the task permission to call AWS APIs on your behalf. So option B is correct here. And now question number 159. A company is planning to migrate its virtual server based workload to AWS. The company has internet facing load balancer backed by application servers. The application servers rely on the patches from an internet hosted repositories. Which services should a solution architect recommend be hosted on the public subnet? Choose two, and here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A and option C. Net gateway and application load balancer. Net gateway and application load balancer should be on the public subnet. So option A and option C are correct here. A company has established a new AWS account. The account is newly provisioned and no changes have been made to the default setting. The company is concerned about the security of the AWS account root user. What should be done to secure the root user? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Create IAM user for daily administrative tasks. Enable multi-factor authentication on the root user. And this must be very obvious for you. And this is very basic question. And this is not just the question. This should be your approach if you are using AWS. Because you should use IAM user for your daily administrative task. And you should enable multi-factor authentication for the root user. So that it may have better security and unauthorized person cannot access the same. And if multi-factor authentication is enabled on the AWS account, then even if someone knows your password and if it is leaked due to some reason, even then that person will not be allowed to access the AWS account because it will require multi-factor authentication and which may be approved only by your physical device which you are using. It may be your mobile phone. So option B is correct here. A company is using a tape backup solution to store its key application data offsite. The daily data volume is around 50 TB. The company need to retain backup for 7 years for regulatory purposes. The backup are rarely accessed and a week's notice is typically given if a backup need to be restored. The company is now considering a cloud-based option to reduce the storage cost and operational burden of managing tapes. The company also wants to make sure that the transition from tape backup to the cloud minimizes disruptions. Which storage solution is the most cost effective? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option A. Use Amazon Storage Gateway to back up to Amazon Glacier Deep Archive. And this one is correct because the AWS Storage Gateway service now integrates Tape Gateway with Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive storage class. And due to that, it allows you to store virtual tapes in the lowest cost Amazon storage. So option A is correct here. And now question number 162. A company requires a durable backup storage solution for its on-premises database server while ensuring on-premises application maintain access to these backup for quick recovery. The company will use AWS storage service as the destination for these backups. A solution architect is designing a solution with minimal operational head. Which solution should the solution architect implement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A. Deploy an AWS storage file gateway on premises and associate it with an Amazon S3 bucket. This one is correct here because your volumes are stored in Amazon S3 bucket maintained by the AWS storage gateway service. Your volumes are accessible for IO operations through AWS storage gateway. You cannot directly access them using Amazon S3 API actions. You can take point-in-time snapshot of gateway volumes that are made available in form of Amazon EBS snapshot, which can be turned into either storage gateway volumes or EBS volumes. Use the file gateway to work with the data natively in S3. So answer is A. And now question number 163. A company decides to migrate its 3-tier web application from on-premises to AWS cloud. The new database must be capable of dynamically scaling storage capacity and performing table joins. Which AWS service meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option A, Amazon Aurora. And this one is correct here because Amazon Aurora allows you auto scaling and table join. But this one allows you table join but no auto scaling. And this one is not relational. And again, this one is also not relational. So option A is correct here. And now question number 164. A company mandates that an Amazon S3 gateway endpoint must allow traffic to trusted buckets only. Which method should a solution architect implement to meet this requirement? And here are the options. And please take your time to guess the answer for this. And correct answer here will be option D. Create an S3 policy for each of the company's S3 gateway endpoint that provide access to Amazon S3 resource name, that is ARN, of the trusted bucket. And this one is correct because B is to restrict the endpoint while D is to restrict the bucket. The question is to restrict the bucket, not the endpoint, and due to that reason option D is correct here. And now question number 165. A company is using a VPC peering strategy to connect its VPCs in a single region to allow for cross communication. A recent increase in account creation and VPCs has made it difficult to maintain the VPC peering strategy, and the company expects to grow to hundreds of VPCs. There are also new requests to create site-to-site VPNs with some of the VPCs. A solution architect has been tasked with creating a centrally managed networking setup for multiple accounts, VPCs and VPNs. Which networking solution will meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option D. Configure a transit gateway with AWS Transit Gateway and connect all VPCs and VPN there. So this is correct. And this is correct because a transit gateway enables you to attach VPCs and VPN connection in the same region and route traffic between them. So option D is correct. And now question number 166. A solution architect is helping a developer design a new e-commerce shopping cart application using AWS services. The developer is unsure of the current database schema and expects to make changes as the e-commerce site grows. The solution needs to be highly resilient and capable of automatically scaling read and write capacity. Which database solution will meet these requirements? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B, Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand enabled. Because it says unclear about database schema, and due to that reason, this option suits perfectly for this question. So this is the answer. And now question number 167. A solution architect must migrate a Windows Internet Information Services, that is IIS, web application to AWS. If I talk about Linux, it will be called Apache servers, but in Windows it is called IIS. The application currently relies on a file share hosted in users on-premises network attached storage, that is NAS. The solution architect has proposed migrating the IIS web server to Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones that are connected to storage solution and configuring an elastic load balancer attached to the instance. Which replacement on the on-premises file share is most resilient and durable? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Migrate the file share to Amazon FSx for Windows file server. And this one is correct because if we talk about option A, migrate the file share to Amazon RDS, that is not valid. So it is wrong. And now option B, migrate to the file share to AWS storage gateway. This is mainly to allow on-prem application to access file in AWS. So it is not suitable here. And now if we talk about option C, which is obviously correct here, it is appropriate as it supports Windows SMB protocol. It allows SMB protocol. And if we talk about option D, which is also wrong, it does not support SMB protocol. And due to this reason, this is also wrong. So option C is the correct answer here. And now question number 168. A company needs to implement a relational database with multi-region disaster recovery point objective, that is RPO, of 1 second, and recovery time objective, that is RTO, of 1 minute. Which AWS solution can achieve this? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be, take your time to guess the answer. And correct answer here will be option A, Amazon Aurora Global Database. And this one is correct because RDS won't be able to give such low recovery time. And this recovery time, RPO of 1 second and RTO of 1 minute, is very low. So this can be achieved with this option only. And now question number 169. A company runs a web service on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group across two availability zones. The company needs a minimum of 4 instances at all the times to meet the required service level agreement while keeping the cost low. If an availability zone fail, how can the company remain compliant with the SLA? And here are the options. And I will allow you enough time to guess the answer for this because this is really tricky and easy question. So you should take your time and you should guess the answer. And I hope you have guessed the answer. and you have guessed that option D is correct, but correct answer here is option C. Change the auto scaling group to use 6 server across 3 availability zone. And you must have guessed that change the auto scaling group to use 8 server across 2 availability zone, and that will also work. There is no issue in this, but issue is that if you are using 4 servers across 2 availability zone, so it will be equal to 8 instances, and in this case there will be 3 availability zone and 2 instances in each, it will be equal to 6. So very first factor that comes to mind is that if you are using just 6 and you are using 8 here, the cost will matter because we have to keep the cost low and it will incur high cost, and it will cause low cost because 2 instances are less there, and also at the same time this will provide you better compliant, or we can say better availability, because even if one availability zone is down, we have 4 instances running, and also as we have option of using 3 availability zone here, so we will have more availability, because even in case 2 availability zone fail, which has rare chances, still we will have 2 instances running. But here in this case, if 2 availability zone fail, we will not have any instances running. So this is not the correct answer here, only option C is the correct. And now question number 170. A company is reviewing its AWS cloud deployment to ensure its data is not accessed by anyone without appropriate authorization. A solution architect is tasked with identifying all open Amazon S3 bucket and recording any S3 bucket configuration changes. What should the solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. And please take your time to guess the answer for this. And correct answer here will be option A. Enable AWS config service with appropriate rules. Because AWS config is a service that enable you to assess, audit and evaluate the configuration of your AWS resources. Config continuously monitors and record your AWS resources configuration and allow you to automate the evaluation of recorded configuration against the desired configuration. So option A is absolutely correct here. A company is planning to build a new web application on AWS. The company expects predictable traffic most of the year and very high traffic on occasions. The web application need to be highly available and fault tolerant with a minimal latency. What should a solution architect recommend to meet these requirements? And here are the options. You can try to guess the answer. And correct answer here will be option B. Use Amazon EC2 instances in an auto scaling group with an application load balancer across multiple availability zones. Because auto scaling has to be included in the answer due to more traffic expected occasionally. You can have a look on this keyword, high traffic on occasions. So due to this, auto scaling has to be included, and due to this reason option B is correct here. And now question number 172. A company is designing a web application using AWS that processes insurance quotes. User will request quotes from the applications. Quotes must be separated by quote type, must be responded to within 24 hours and must not be lost. The solution should be simple to set up and maintain. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer, and I hope you will take longer time to read all the options. So let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option C. Create a single Amazon simple notification service, that is Amazon SNS topic, and subscribe to the Amazon SQS queue to SNS topic. Configure SNS message filtering to publish messages to proper SQS queue based on the queue type. configure each backend server to work its own SQS queue. So this one is correct here because Kinesis is for streaming data. So A and D are out. So both these options will not be correct here because of Kinesis is for streaming data. C is the correct answer as you subscribe and not register to SNS. So here register is mentioned, but register will not work in case of Amazon SNS because you need to subscribe, and due to this reason this is the correct option. And now question number 173. A solution architect has configured the following IAM policy. Which action will be allowed by the policy? And here are the options. And you can take your time to guess the correct answer, and I hope you will be able to guess the same. So let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option C. An AWS function can be deleted from 100.220.0.0/20 network, and this is why. So if you go to the policy, effect is allow action on lambda. So any action can be done on lambda, and after that resources all. So all resources are allowed. Effect is deny on action delete function, and from this particular subnet. So from this particular subnet there is explicit deny, so it can't be possible, and also the delete function is not allowed from everywhere. So option C is correct here. And now question number 174. A solution architect is using Amazon S3 to design the storage architecture of a new digital media application. The media file must be resilient to the loss of an availability zone. Some files are accessed frequently while other files are rarely accessed in an unpredictable pattern. The solution must minimize the cost of storing and retrieving the media files. Which storage option meets this requirement? And here are the options. And I hope it will be too easy for you. So I'm just revealing the correct answer, and correct answer here will be option B, S3 intelligent tiering. So this one is correct here, and I hope you all know the reason for this already, but let me share the reason as well with you. So S3 intelligent tiering is perfect use case when you don't know the frequency of access or there are irregular pattern of usage. So definitely there are irregular pattern, and because some files are accessed frequently while others are rarely accessed, so there is unpredictable pattern. So due to this reason S3 intelligent tiering will be the answer. And now question number 175. A company is running a 3-tier web application to process credit card payments. The front end user interface consists of static web pages. The application tier can have long running processes. The database tier uses MySQL. The application is currently running on a single general purpose large Amazon EC2 instance. A solution architect need to decouple the service to make the web application highly available. Which solution would provide the highest availability? And here are the options. You can take the time to guess the answer. So let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option D. Move static content to Amazon S3, move the application to Amazon ECS, that is Elastic Container Service, with auto scaling enabled, move the database to Amazon RDS to deploy multi-AZ. And this one is correct here because static content ultimately indicates about S3, which is already mentioned here, and ECS helps in auto scaling, and RDS multi-AZ helps in high availability. So all the requirement of the questions will be satisfied, because here what was the requirement? Static web pages were there, highly available was the requirement. So option D is correct here. And now question number 176. A media company stores video content in Amazon EBS, that is Elastic Block Store Volume. A certain video file has become popular and a large number of users across the world are accessing this content. This has resulted in cost increase. Which action will decrease cost without compromising the user accessibility? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be, You can take your time to guess the answer. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. And correct answer here will be option B. Store the video in an Amazon S3 bucket and create an Amazon CloudFront distribution. So why this is correct answer? Because you all must be aware that ABS is costlier than S3. And you can also use Amazon S3 with CloudFront distribution. So S3 will help us in reducing the cost, which was high in case of ABS. And also when there are users across the world, always think about Amazon CloudFront because it helps us in reducing the latency and enhance the experience for all the users around the world. So option B is correct here. And now question number 177. A solution architect is designing the cloud architecture for a new application being deployed to AWS. The application allows users to interactively download and upload files. Files older than 2 years will be accessed less frequently. The solution architect need to ensure that the application can scale to any number of files while maintaining the high availability and durability. Which scalable solution should the solution architect recommend? Choose two. So here you have to choose two options and here are the options. You can take time to guess the correct answer. So let me reveal the correct answer now. And correct answer here will be option A and option B. Store the files on Amazon S3 with a life cycle policy that moves object older than 2 years to S3 Glacier. And store the files on Amazon S3 with a life cycle policy that moves object older than 2 years to S3 standard infrequent access. So both these options are correct because EFS does not have option of 2 year and maximum duration is 90 days for EFS. So duration will be just 90 days for EFS. So due to this reason option A and option B are correct here. And now question number 178. A company has recently updated its internal security standard. The company must now ensure all Amazon S3 bucket and Amazon Elastic Block Store, that is Amazon EBS volumes, are encrypted with keys created and periodically rotated by internal security specialists. The company is looking for a native software-based AWS service to accomplish this goal. What should a solution architect recommend as a solution? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Use AWS Key Management Service, that is AWS KMS, with customer master keys, that is CMKs, to store master key material and apply a routine to recreate a new key periodically and replace it in AWS KMS. So option B is correct here because encryption keys are stored in KMS, not in Secret Manager. And Secret Manager stores database credentials, API keys and auth tokens. So option B is correct here. And now question number 179. A company's website is hosted using on-premises server in the United States. The company is launching its product in Europe and it wants to optimize site loading times for new European users. The site's backend must remain in the United States. The product is being launched in a few days and an immediate solution is needed. What should the solution architect recommend? And now here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be use Amazon CloudFront with a custom origin pointing to the on-premises server. Because Amazon CloudFront works with any origin server that hold the origin definitive version of your content, both static and dynamic. And also there is no additional charge to use a custom origin. So option C is correct here. And now question number 180. A development team need to host a website that will be accessed by other teams. The website content consists of HTML, CSS, client-side JS and images. Which method is the most cost effective for hosting the website? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be option B. Create an Amazon S3 bucket and host the website there. Because here we can see from the question itself that content is a static one. And for static content, Amazon S3 is most cost effective, or we can say cheapest solution. So option B is the correct answer here. A company is hosting multiple websites for several lines of business under its registered parent domain. User accessing these websites will be routed to appropriate backend Amazon EC2 instances based on the subdomain. The website hosts static web pages, images, and server-side script like PHP and JavaScript. Some of the websites experience peak access during the first 2 hours of the business, with constant usage throughout the rest of the day. A solution architect needs to design a solution that will automatically adjust the capacity of these traffic patterns while keeping the cost low. Which combination of AWS services or feature will meet these requirements? Choose two, and here are the options. And also let me clear you one point, that this thing can be achieved by multiple options and multiple services, but we have to keep in mind that we have to keep the cost low. So we have to figure out the best possible combination. And correct answer here will be option C and D. Application load balancer and Amazon EC2 auto scaling. So key points here in this question are several lines of business, and then JS and static content, and then peak hours for some duration. So basically several lines of business correspond to URLs. This correspond to basically URLs, and peak hours for some time correspond to auto scale for some URL. So it correspond to auto scale. And static and JS correspond to need to host these environment. And ALB can do URL based forwarding to EC2 instances, and EC2 autoscale can operate based on the incoming load. So we have to automatically adjust the capacity. So automatic scaling will also help. So option C and D are absolutely correct here. And now question number 182. A company uses an Amazon S3 bucket to store static images for its website. The company configured permissions to allow access to Amazon S3 by privileged user only. What should a solution architect do to protect against data loss? Choose two. And here are the options. And to be very frank, it is very easy question, I know, and you all must have figured out the answer as of now. But such easy questions are also asked in the exam, and question may be repeated in my series as well, just to make you prepare better for the exam by having such questions on the tips. And correct answer here will be option A and option E. Enable versioning on the S3 bucket. So basically it will save every version of the object that you have put in the S3 bucket. Like there is a file and you have updated it to B, and then you have updated it to C. So every version of this file will be there. And use MFA delete to require multiple factor authentication to delete an object. Basically it will ask you for multiple authentication when you try to delete an object. So it will also help you to prevent against data loss. So these are two correct options here. And now question number 183. An operations team has a standard that states IAM policies should not be applied directly to users. Some new team members have not been following this standard. The operation managers need a way to easily identify the users with attached policies. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. And take your time to guess the correct answer. And the correct answer here will be option B. Create an AWS config rule to run daily. So basically a new config rule is deployed in the account after you enable AWS Security Hub. The AWS config rule react to resource configuration and compliance changes and send these changes to AWS CloudWatch. When AWS CloudWatch receives the compliance change, a CloudWatch event triggers the AWS Lambda function. So basically option B is correct here, because this will allow you to identify all the users with the attached policies. And now question number 184. A company wants to use an AWS region as its disaster recovery location for its on-premises infrastructure. The company has 10 TB of existing data and the on-premises data center has 1 Gbps internet connection. A solution architect must find a solution so the company can have its existing data on AWS in 72 hours without transmitting it using an encrypted channel. Which solution should the solution architect select? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Establish a VPN connection between Amazon VPC and the company's data center. And this one is correct here because if we talk about direct connect, it takes at least 1 month to set up. But what is the requirement? Data should be replicated or copied just in 72 hours. And if we talk about using the snowball, it also takes approx 1 week. So due to these reasons, option C is absolutely correct here, and they also have very good internet connection, 1 Gbps. And now question number 185. A company is building application in containers. The company want to migrate its on-premises development and operation services from its on-premises data center to AWS. Management states that production system must be cloud agnostic and use the same configuration and administrator tool across production systems. A solution architect need to design a managed solution that will align open source software. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Launch the containers on Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service and EKS worker nodes. Because here keyword is cloud agnostic and services like EKS, ECS is AWS native and cannot be extended to other cloud systems like Azure or on-prem. So correct answer here will be option B only. And now question number 186. A company hosts its website on AWS to address the highly variable demand. The company has implemented Amazon EC2 auto scaling. Management is concerned that the company is over provisioning its infrastructure, especially at the front end of the 3-tier application. A solution architect need to ensure costs are optimized without impacting the performance. What should the solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be option D. Because in very first option we have reserved instances, that is RIs, and these are meant for fixed cost irrespective of instance termination. So we get upfront discount on the cost, but there will be fixed cost. And now if we talk about option B, scheduled scaling policy, but we have highly variable demand, so it will also not help. And now EC2 auto scaling with suspend resume feature. This will also not be able to help us in this case. So option D, use auto scaling group with target tracking scaling policy will be the correct answer here. And now question number 187. A solution architect is performing a security review of recently migrated workload. The workload is a web application that consists of Amazon EC2 instances in an auto scaling group behind an application load balancer. The solution architect must improve the security posture and minimize the impact of DDoS attack on resources. Which solution is the most cost effective? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. So correct answer here will be option A. Configure an AWS Web ACL with rate-based rules. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution that points to the application load balancer. Enable the Web ACL on the CloudFront distribution. Because here best solution is AWS Shield and next solution should be option A. Because you can use AWS Web, that is Web Access Control List, to help to minimize the effect of distributed denial of services attack for additional protection against DDoS attacks. So option A is correct here. And now question number 188. A company has multiple AWS accounts for various departments. One of the department want to share an Amazon S3 bucket with all the other department. Which solution will require least amount of effort? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. And correct answer here will be option C. Set the S3 bucket policy to allow cross account access to other department. Because if we talk about option A, enable cross account S3 replication for the account, it will replicate, but that is not the requirement. You need to share, not to replicate. So this is incorrect option. And now option B, create a pre-signed URL for the bucket and share it with the department. So it will also not work, because there could be 2 department or 100 department, you don't know, and you need to share with all the department. And now if we talk about option D, create IAM user for each department and then configure a read only IAM policy. This can work, but there will be massive effort for this. So option C is the only correct answer. And now question number 189. A company need to share an Amazon S3 bucket with an external vendor. The bucket owner must be able to access all the objects. Which action should be taken to share the S3 bucket? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option C. Create a bucket policy to require users to grant bucket owner full control when uploading objects. And this one is correct, because by default an S3 object is owned by the AWS account that uploaded it. This is true even when the bucket is owned by another account. To get the access to the object owner must explicitly grant you bucket owner access. The bucket owner can grant bucket owner full control of the object by updating the ACL, that is access control list of the object. The bucket owner can update the ACL either during a put or copy operation or after the object is added to the bucket. So I hope this point is clear, because owner should grant bucket owner full control when uploading or copying or even after uploading the object. And now question number 190. A company is developing a real-time multiplayer game that uses UDP for communication between client and servers in an auto-scaling group. Spikes in demand are anticipated during the day, so the game server platform must adapt accordingly. Developer want to store gamer score and other non-relational data in a database solution that will scale without intervention. Which solution should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. And correct option here will be option B. Use a network load balancer for traffic distribution and Amazon DynamoDB on demand for data storage. And also this one is correct here, because here in the question we are using UDP, which indicates that NLB is the requirement, network load balancer, and we are also using non-relational database, which indicates DynamoDB is the requirement, because it is non-relational database, and we are getting both this network load balancer and DynamoDB on demand in this option B. So this one is correct here. A company collects temperature, humidity and atmospheric pressure data in cities across multiple continents. The average volume of data collected per site each day is 500 GB. Each site has a high-speed internet connection. The company's weather forecasting applications are based in a single region and analyze the data daily. What is the fastest way to aggregate the data from all these global sites? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the answer. And correct answer here will be option A. Enable Amazon S3 transfer acceleration on the destination bucket. Use multi-part upload to directly upload write data to the destination bucket. And this one is correct here because you might want to use transfer acceleration on a bucket for various reasons, like you have a customer that upload a centralized bucket from all over the world. And it could be due to the reason you want to transfer gigabytes to terabytes of data on a regular basis across continents. So both these are the requirement here in the question. So option A is correct here. And now question number 192. A company has a custom application running on an Amazon EC2 instance that reads a large amount of data from Amazon S3, performs a multi-stage analysis, writes the result to Amazon DynamoDB. The application writes a significant number of large temporary files during the multi-stage analysis. The process performance depends on the temporary storage performance. What would be the fastest storage option for holding the temporary files? And here are the options. And keyword here in the question is significant number of large temporary files. So this is the clue here. And you must be aware that what we use for temporary files and where the performance should also be high. And you can take your time to guess the answer. And I'm going to reveal the answer now. And correct answer here will be option D, multiple instance store volumes with software RAID 0. Because instance store is temporary and fastest storage option. So due to this reason, option D is absolutely correct here. And now question number 193. A leasing company generates an email PDF statement every month for all its customers. Each statement is about 400 KB in size. Customer can download their statement from the website up to 30 days from when the statement was generated. At the end of their 3-year lease, the customer are emailed a zip file that contains all the statement. What is the most cost-effective storage solution for this situation? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be option D. Store the statement using Amazon S3 standard infrequent access storage class. Create a lifecycle policy to move the statement to Amazon S3 storage after 30 days. So this one is correct here because it is not definite that customer will need this. Customer may obtain, which means they would or would not request for the statement. So, and at the same time, it is the most cost saving option. So due to this reason, option D is correct here. And now question number 194. A company recently released a new type of internet connected sensor. The company is expecting to sell thousands of sensors which are designed to stream high volumes of data each second to a central location. A solution architect must design a solution that ingests and stores data so that the engineering team can analyze it in near real time with millisecond responsiveness. Which solution should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct option here will be option D. Use Amazon Kinesis data stream to ingest the data, consume the data with an AWS Lambda, which then stores the data in Amazon DynamoDB. So this one is correct here because for data ingestion, definitely there will be Kinesis. That is Amazon Kinesis data streams. And this is also available in this option. But this is not available in these options. So option A and option B are already eliminated. But we are left with option C and D. But only D is correct here because here we want to store the data. And Redshift is data warehousing service, not a data store service. So this one is also wrong here. And we have DynamoDB in this option. So this one will be correct. Moreover, Lambda doesn't work with Redshift. So it will also not be suitable here. However, it perfectly works with DynamoDB. So option D is correct here. And now question number 195. A website runs a web application that receives a burst of traffic each day at noon. The users upload new picture and content daily but have been complaining about timeouts. The architecture uses Amazon EC2 auto scaling groups and the custom application consistently takes 1 minute to initiate upon boot up before responding to users' request. How should a solution architect redesign the architecture to better respond to changing traffic? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be option C. Configure an auto scaling step scaling policy with an instance warm up condition. So option C is correct here because step scaling applies step adjustment, which means you can set multiple actions to vary the scaling dependency on the size of alarm breach. When you create a step scaling policy, you can also specify the number of seconds that it takes for a newly launched instance to warm up. So option C is absolutely correct here. And now question number 196. A company is concerned that two net instances in use will no longer be able to support the traffic needed for the company's application. A solution architect wants to implement a solution that is highly available, fault tolerant and automatically scalable. What should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And you can take your time to guess the answer, and I hope this will be easy one for you. And correct one here will be option C. Remove the NAT instances and replace them with two NAT gateways in different availability zone. So option C is correct here, and this is correct here because NAT gateway is highly available unlike NAT instances but within one availability zone. So we need to install at least each individual availability zone should have its own NAT gateway. That is the primary requirement. Otherwise it is highly available. And now question number 197. A company operates a website on Amazon EC2 Linux instances. Some of the instances are failing, troubleshooting points are insufficient, swap space on the failed instances. The operation team leads needs a solution to monitor this. What should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. At the options. Now I am going to reveal the correct answer, and correct answer here will be option C. Install an Amazon CloudWatch agent on the instances, run an appropriate script on a set schedule, monitor swap utilization metrics in CloudWatch. So correct answer is definitely option C, but here I have one important point for you. The CloudWatch monitoring script are deprecated now, so we recommend you to use CloudWatch agent to collect metrics and logs instead of CloudWatch monitoring script. Now question number 198. A company has a web server running on an Amazon EC2 instances in public subnet with an elastic IP address. The default security group is assigned to the EC2 instance. The default network ACL has been modified to block all the traffic. A solution architect needs to make the web server accessible from everywhere on port 443. Which combination of steps will accomplish this task? Choose two. So basically here you have to choose two options, and here are the options. And you can have a look at the options and then try to guess the correct one. Let me reveal the correct answers for you, and correct options here will be option A and option E. Create a security group with a rule to allow TCP port 443 from source 0.0.0.0/0, basically from everywhere, and update the network ACL to allow inbound TCP port 443 from source and outbound TCP port to destination this. So basically security group are stateful, so inbound will be enough, but NACL is stateless, basically bidirectional. Like if you allow only incoming traffic, then only incoming will be allowed, and if you allow outgoing traffic, then only outgoing will be allowed. Like if you allow from source A to destination B using NACL, basically A can reach to B. That doesn't mean that traffic from B will also reach A. This is not the case. You have to separately allow this rule. So due to these reasons, option A and option E are correct here. And now question number 199. A company must re-evaluate its need for the Amazon EC2 instances it currently has provisioned in auto-scaling group. At present, the auto-scaling group is configured for a minimum of 2 instances and a maximum of 4 instances across 2 availability zones. A solution architect reviewed the Amazon CloudWatch metrics and found that CPU utilization is consistently low for all the EC2 instances. What should the solution architect recommend to maximize the utilization while ensuring the application remains fault tolerant? And here are the options. And take your time to guess the answer because you should be able to. And correct answer here will be option D. Create a new launch configuration that uses a smaller instance type. Update the existing auto scaling group. You may be confused with option C, which states modify the auto scaling group scaling to scale in and scale out on a higher CPU utilization. Because issue in our question is that we are having low CPU utilization. I can say just 5%, but it can go up to 80% without any issues. So we can modify our auto scaling group scaling policy so that it can use 80% CPU, but at the same time we have to ensure it remains fault tolerant. So instead of increasing that limit, we have to focus that we use a smaller instance type in multiple AZs or even in the same AZ, at least if there is issue on one instance, and continue our work with the remaining instances. And we also need to update the auto scaling group. So basically just due to fault tolerant reason, option D is correct here. And now question number 200. A company has an application that posts messages to Amazon SQS. Another application polls the queue and processes the messages in an IO intensive operation. The company has a service level agreement that specifies the maximum amount of time that can elapse between receiving the messages and responding to the users. Due to an increase in the number of messages, the company has difficulty meeting its SLA consistently. What should a solution architect do to help improve the application's processing time and ensure it can handle the load at any level? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the answer. Let me reveal the correct answer, and correct answer here will be option D. Create an Amazon machine image, that is AMI, from the instance used for processing. Create an auto scaling group using the image in its launch configuration. Configure the group with target tracking policy based on the age of the oldest message in the queue. And D is correct here as the SLA is based on the age of message, and this is what we are following in this option. A company is designing a new web service that will run on Amazon EC2 instances behind an elastic load balancer. However, many of the web service clients can only reach IP address whitelisted on their firewalls. What should a solution architect recommend to meet the client's requirement? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. And let me reveal the correct answer. The correct answer here will be option A, a network load balancer with an associated elastic IP address. Because as per this requirement, IP address whitelisted on their firewalls, network load balancer should be used, and also UDP and TCP work on layer 4, and on layer 4 we have to use network load balancer. And if we are talking about layer 7, that is HTTP or HTTPS, then we can use application load balancer. But for layer 4, that is TCP or UDP, we have to use network load balancer, and due to this reason option A is correct here. And now question number 202. A company want to host a web application on AWS that will communicate to a database within a VPC. The application should be highly available. What solution should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. Let me reveal the correct answer, and correct answer here will be option B. Deploy a load balancer in multi-availability zones with an auto-scaling group for web servers and then deploy Amazon RDS in multiple availability zones. So this is going to be correct answer, and you may get confused due to option C, but this is wrong. However, it can work. But question is pointing towards high availability. Due to this reason, option B will be correct only. And now question number 203. A company's packaged application dynamically creates and returns single-use text files in response to user request. The company is using Amazon CloudFront for distribution but want to further reduce data transfer cost. The company cannot modify the application source code. What should a solution architect do to reduce the cost? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the answer. And correct answer here will be option A. Use lambda at edge to compress the files as they are sent to users. So see at the question, return single use text files. So single use text file means that the file will be used only one time. So what's the benefit of caching it to CloudFront, as it will not be able to use again? So what other thing can be done is to use lambda at edge to compress the file, which will reduce the size of file, and hence less data will be transferred and less will be the transfer charges. So I hope this point is clear to you. So option A is correct here. And now question number 204. A database is on Amazon RDS MySQL 5.6 multi-AZDB instance that experiences highly dynamic reads. Application developer noticed a significant slowdown when testing read performance from a secondary AWS region. The developer wants a solution that provides less than 1 second of read replication latency. What should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Migrate the database to Amazon Aurora with cross-region replicas. Because MySQL read replicas has rather high replication lag, Aurora can support less than 1 second, but RDS MySQL cannot. So this is the correct option here. And now question number 205. A company is planning to deploy an Amazon RDS DB instance running Amazon Aurora. Company has a backup retention policy requirement of 90 days. Which solution should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options again. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And the correct answer here will be option C. Create an AWS backup plan to perform a daily snapshot of RDS database with the retention set to 90 days. Create an AWS backup job to schedule the execution of the backup plan daily. So this one is correct here, because creating an AWS backup plan to perform a daily snapshot of RDS database with the retention set to 90 days and scheduling the execution of backup plan daily is the recommended solution. And this one is correct here because AWS backup automate the backup process, which simplifies backup management and ensures backup are retained for the required retention period. And also AWS backup provides an easy way to restore data from backups, reducing the downtime and operational overhead. So option C is absolutely correct here. And now question number 206. A company currently has 250 TB of backup files stored in Amazon S3 in a vendor's proprietary format. Using a Linux-based software application provided by the vendor, the company wants to retrieve the files from Amazon S3, transform the files to an industry standard format, and re-upload them to Amazon S3. The company wants to minimize the data transfer charges associated with this conversion. What should a solution architect do to accomplish this? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the correct answer. And correct answer here will be option D. Launch an Amazon EC2 instance in the same region as Amazon S3 and install the conversion software onto the instance, perform the transformation and re-upload the files to Amazon S3 from the EC2 instance. Because data is already in S3 and Snowball is to transfer the data from the data center to AWS. Hence B and C are wrong. And also Lambda doesn't let you install the custom software. So only option D is correct here. And now question number 207. A company is migrating a NoSQL database cluster to Amazon EC2. The database automatically replicates data to maintain at least 3 copies of data. I/O throughput of the servers is the highest priority. Which instance type should a solution architect recommend for the migration? And here are the options. So you can take your time to guess the correct answer, and I hope it may be easy one for you. And correct answer here will be option A, storage optimized instances with instance store. Because storage optimized will give you highest IOPS. So IOPS will be highest in case of storage optimized. Also instance store is a temporary storage, but it can give you IOPS of magnitude of 1 million. And we have 3 copies, so lesser risk even if one instance goes down, because automatically there will be 3 copies. So as per the requirement of high IOPS, option A is best suitable, and this is the correct answer here. And now question number 208. A company has a large Microsoft SharePoint deployment running on premises that requires Microsoft Windows shared file storage. The company wants to migrate this workload to AWS Cloud and is considering various storage options. The storage solution must be highly available and integrated with Active Directory for access control. Which solution will satisfy these requirements? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. Let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer will be option D. Create an Amazon FSx for Windows file server file system on AWS and set the Active Directory domain for authentication. Because whenever we talk about FSx, we have to go for Windows or vice versa. And also in case of SMB, it is also used in Windows only. And if we talk about NFS or EFS, then we have to always go for Linux. Basically anything of these can be present in the question, like Windows, Linux, FSX, SMB, but this is the relation. Like FSX and SMB are used in Windows and NFS and EFS are used in Linux, and here we are given with Windows, so we have to go for FSX. Because EFS can obviously not be used because it is for Linux only. So option D is only correct answer here, and rest of the 2 options are obviously incorrect because we have to also configure Active Directory domain for authentication. And now question number 209. A company has a web application with sporadic usage pattern. There is heavy usage at the beginning of each month, moderate usage at the start of each week, and unpredictable usage during the week. Application consists of a web server and a MySQL database server running inside the data center. The company would like to move the application to AWS Cloud and need to select a cost-effective database platform that will require database modification. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. Option C will be the correct answer here. MySQL compatible Amazon Aurora serverless. So this is the correct answer here. RDS is cheaper than Aurora. That is fine. But the question is about unpredictable load. You can see from here. Aurora serverless eliminates this option. So option C is correct here. Otherwise, if only cost was the factor, then this option could have been better, but we are also having unpredictable uses, so we are going with this option. And now question number 210. A solution architect is designing the storage architecture for a new web application used for storing and viewing engineering drawings. All application components will be deployed on the AWS infrastructure. The application design must support caching to minimize the amount of time that users wait for the engineering drawing to load. Application must be able to store petabyte of data. Which combination of storage and caching should the solution architect use? And here are the options. You can take your time to guess the answer. And the correct answer here will be, let me reveal the correct answer, option A, Amazon S3 with Amazon CloudFront. Because Amazon S3 storage and CloudFront caching decrease the time users spend waiting, and this is the requirement of our question. So option A is correct here. A solution architect is creating an application that will handle batch processing of large amount of data. The input data will be held in Amazon S3 and the output data will be stored in different S3 bucket. For processing, the application will transfer the data over network between multiple Amazon EC2 instances. What should the solution architect do to reduce the overall data transfer cost? And here are the options. Let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option C. Place all the EC2 instances in the same availability zone. So this one is correct here because data transferred between Amazon EC2, Amazon RDS, Amazon Redshift, Amazon Elastic Cache instances, and even Elastic Network Interface in the same availability zone is absolutely free. In the same availability zone, it will be absolutely free. So option C is correct here. And now question number 212. A company hosts its core network service, including directory service and DNS, in its own premises data center. The data center is connected to AWS Cloud using AWS Direct Connect. Additional AWS accounts are planned that will require quick, cost-effective, and consistent access to these network services. What should a solution architect implement to meet these requirements with the least amount of operational head? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer again. Let me reveal the correct answer for you. And correct answer here will be option D. Configure AWS Transit Gateway between the accounts, assign DX to the transit gateway, and route network traffic to the on-premises servers. So option D is absolutely correct here. Because AWS Transit Gateway connect VPCs and on-premises network through a central hub. This simplifies your network and puts an end to the complex peering relationship. It acts as a cloud router. Each new connection is only made once. So option D is correct. And now question number 213. A company operates an e-commerce website on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer in an auto-scaling group. The site is experiencing performance issues related to a high request rate from illegitimate external system with changing IP address. The security team is worried about potential DDoS attack against the website. The company must block the illegitimate incoming request in a way that has minimal impact on the legitimate users. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option B. Deploy AWS WAF, associate with the ALB, and configure rate limiting rule. Because IP address is changing here continuously, so NACL cannot be used. So this option is eliminated. And AWS Inspector assesses application for exposure, vulnerabilities, and deviations from best practice. So it's for penetration test and so on. So this is also eliminated. And now if I talk about AWS Guard Duty, AWS Guard Duty is a threat detection, not prevention. So this is also wrong. So AWS WAF is the only best option, and also wherever there is a possibility of DDoS attack always go for AWS Web. And now question number 214. A company receives structured and semi-structured data from various sources once every day. A solution architect need to design a solution that leverages big data processing frameworks. The data should be accessible using SQL queries and business intelligence tools. What should the solution architect recommend to build the most high-performing solution? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. Use Amazon EMR to process data and Amazon Redshift to store the data. So option B is correct here, and this one is correct here because here is a clue. Leverages big data processing, and whenever there is a mention about big data, always go for Amazon EMR. That is a basic trick that may be helpful for you. And now question number 215. A company is hosting an election reporting website on AWS for users around the world. The website uses Amazon EC2 instances for the web and application tiers in an auto-scaling group with application load balancer. The database tier uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL database. The website is updated with election result once an hour and has historically observed hundreds of users accessing the report. The company is expecting a significant increase in the demand because of upcoming election in different countries. A solution architect must improve the website's ability to handle additional demand while minimizing the need for the additional EC2 instances. Which solution will meet this requirement? And here are the options. And correct answer here will be option B. Launch an Amazon CloudFront web distribution to cache a commonly requested website content. Because it is mentioned here in the question that the users are around the world. So whenever there is a requirement of providing better experience for the users around the world, always think about CloudFront. And also, it also requires cache invalidation every hour. And it is also the requirement of the question as it is mentioned here. So due to these reasons, option B is correct here. And now question number 216. A company is building a website that relies on reading and writing to an Amazon DynamoDB database. The traffic associated with the website predictably peaks during business hours on weekdays and declines overnight and during weekends. A solution architect need to design a cost-effective solution that can handle the load. What solution should the solution architect do to meet this requirement? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. And the correct answer here will be option C. Enable DynamoDB auto-scaling when creating the tables. And this one is correct here because the load is variable and predictable as it is mentioned here. So option C is best. And if we talk about on demand, it will be best for unknown workloads. So option C is correct here. And now question number 217. A company uses Amazon Redshift for its data warehouse. The company wants to ensure high durability for its data in case of any component failure. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. You can have a look at the options and take your time. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. And the correct answer here will be option B. Enable cross-region snapshots. Because this will improve durability and multi-AZ is not supported with Redshift. Due to this reason, this is the only best possible answer here. And now question number 218. A company has data stored in an on-premises data center that is used by several on-premises applications. The company wants to maintain its existing application environment and be able to use AWS services for data analytics and future visualizations. Which storage service should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. I hope you have guessed the correct answer as of now. Let me reveal the correct answer for you, and the correct answer is AWS Storage Gateway for Files. Because Storage Gateway is the bridge between the on-premises database and cloud. So answer is B only. And now question number 219. A solution architect must design a solution that uses Amazon CloudFront with an Amazon S3 origin to store a static website. The company's security policy requires that all the website traffic be inspected by AWS WAF. How should the solution architect comply with these requirements? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. Let me reveal the correct answer for you. And the correct answer here will be option D. Configure Amazon CloudFront and Amazon S3 to use an origin access identity OAI to restrict access to S3 bucket. Enable AWS WAF on the distribution. So this one is correct here because you can deploy AWS WAF on Amazon CloudFront as part of your CDN solution. The application load balancer that fronts your web server or origin servers running on EC2, Amazon API gateway for your REST APIs or AWS AppSync for your GraphQL APIs. With AWS WAF, you pay only for what you use, and the pricing is based on how many rules you deploy and how many web requests your application receives. In any cases, and not just any AWS incoming requests are going to hit the firewall first. If it passes the firewall, then it can continue to its next destination. So option D is correct here. And now question number 220. A company has a 143 TB MySQL database that it wants to migrate to AWS. The plan is to use Amazon Aurora MySQL as a platform going forward. The company has 100 Mbps AWS direct connection to Amazon VPC. Which solution will meet company's needs and take the least amount of time? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. And let me reveal the correct answer for you. And the correct answer here will be option D. Order for 50 TB AWS Snowball devices and copy the database backup onto them. Have AWS import the data into Amazon S3. Import the data into Aurora. So this one is correct here because 4 Snowball will be required because if Snowball of 50 TB size has only 42 TB of usable space and 42 into 3 will be equal to just 126, which is less than the required, and required is 143, and 42 into 4 will be equal to 168 TB. So the requirement of this 143 TB will be satisfied by ordering 4 Snowball devices. A company hosts an online shopping application that stores all orders in an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL single AZDB instance. Management want to eliminate single point of failure and has asked a solution architect to recommend an approach to minimize database downtime without requiring any changes to the application code. Which solution meet these requirements? And here are the options. So take your time to guess the correct answer. After that, I will reveal the answer. Okay, let me reveal the answer. And the correct answer here is option A. Convert the existing database instance to a multi-AZ deployment by modifying the database instance and specifying the multi-AZ option. Because when a single AZ DB instance is converted to multi-AZ deployment, there is not any downtime, just a little increased latency. And that's why option A is best here and correct here. So now question number 222. A company has a 10 Gbps AWS direct connection from its own premises server to AWS. The workload using the connection are critical. The company requires a disaster recovery strategy with maximum resiliency that maintains the current connection bandwidth at a minimum. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. You can guess your answer.
And you must take this point into consideration. Workload are critical here and it should have maximum resiliency. So correct option here will be option C. Set up two new direct connection, one in the current AWS region and one in another AWS region. So basically, like, you must have been confused with option A, which also seems to be fine. Set up a new direct connection in another AWS region, but this is not correct because they should have two direct connection in the current region. In case of one device failure, it will be helpful, and one direct connection in another region for the case of region failure. So I hope you got my point. Basically, the main region should have two direct connection so that in case one direct connection fails, another can be used. But in case the region itself fails, region itself is not working, in that case it will use the DX of another region. That is what this question is asking for because it should have maximum resiliency. And now question number 223. A solution architect is designing a VPC with public and private subnets. The VPC and the subnet use IPv4 CRDR blocks. There is one public subnet and one private subnet in each of the three availability zones for high availability. An internet gateway is used to provide internet access for the public subnet. The private subnet required access to the internet to allow Amazon EC2 to download software updates. What should the solution architect do to enable internet access for the private subnets? And here are the options. You can go through the options and you must have read this question earlier in the videos of this series itself, but still I would request you to guess the answer by going through all the options. So now let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option A. Create three NAT gateways, one for each public subnet in each AZ. Create a private route table for each AZ that forwards non-VPC traffic to NAT gateway in its AZ. So option A is correct here, and why it is correct? There are two important points that you should take into consideration. NAT gateways are always placed in public subnet. So public subnet is first requirement and that is satisfied here and it is not here. That is why it is incorrect, and option C and D are obviously incorrect because for connecting to internet from private subnets you need NAT gateway or NAT instances. But here we are using internet gateway which is used to connect from the public subnet or from the public instances. So both these options are incorrect. Both are using internet gateway. So now, however, this is enough for this question. But still, let me tell you one more point. In the event of AZ failure, the NAT gateway becomes unavailable and the resources within other availability zone loses the internet access. To create a fault tolerant architecture, make sure that your AWS NAT gateways are deployed in at least 2 AZ or more. And here what we are doing, we are deploying in 3 AZ. It is mentioned here in each AZ. So we have fault tolerance as well. So option A is absolutely correct here. And now question number 224. As a part of budget planning, management wants a report of AWS build items listed by user. The data will be used to create department budgets. A solution architect need to determine the most efficient way to obtain this report information. Which solution meet these requirements? And here are the options. And I hope this would be quite easy for you. Try to guess the answer. And here's the correct answer. Option number B. Create a report in the Cost Explorer and download the report. And the reason is here, you can filter the cost data associated with each member account in an organization using Cost Explorer. So option B is absolutely correct here. And now question number 225. A company with facilities in North America, Europe, and Asia is designing new distributed application to optimize its global supply chain and manufacturing process. The orders booked on one continent should be visible to all the regions in a second or less. The database should be able to support failover with a short recovery time objective. The uptime of the application is important to ensure that the manufacturing is not impacted. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And this question must have been done by you multiple times. Not really sure about the question, but the option which is best suited here. And let me reveal the correct answer here. And the correct answer here will be option B, use Amazon Aurora Global Database. Because Amazon Aurora Global Database would provide low latency access to data in multiple regions, support automatic failover with a short recovery time objective, which is the requirement of the question itself. You can see here, and ensure that the application has a high uptime to support manufacturing. It is a relational database that provides high performance, scalability, and availability. Aurora Global Database allows a single Aurora database to span multiple AWS regions, enabling low latency global reads, disaster recovery from region-wide outages. And if we talk about option A, which in fact is wrong here, because Amazon DynamoDB global tables would provide low latency access to data in multiple regions, but it is a NoSQL database and may not meet the requirement of the application that the company is designing. So option B is best suited here. And now question number 226. A company's near real-time streaming application is running on AWS. As the data is ingested, a job runs on the data and takes 30 minutes to complete. The workload frequently experiences high latency due to large amount of incoming data. A solution architect need to design a scalable and serverless solution to enhance performance. Which combination of steps should the solution architect take? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. So correct answer here will be option A and option E. Use Amazon Kinesis data firehose to ingest the data. And option E, use AWS Fargate with Amazon Elastic Container Service to process the data. And here in the question, you must focus on this point first. 30 minutes to complete. So AWS Lambda cannot be used because the maximum time Lambda can run is 15 minutes. You must be aware about that. And now, why this option is not correct? Use AWS Data Migration Service to ingest the data, because it is totally irrelevant. This is used for migrating on-prem database to AWS. And now, use Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group to process the data. This is also incorrect because serverless is the requirement. You can have a look here. And there should not be self-managed instances. And EC2 instances are self-managed instances. So basically these are servers. And this is the requirement. Serverless is the requirement. And that's why option A and option E are correct here. And also E is correct because in case of serverless, Lambda is used. But as time is beyond the limit of Lambda, which is 30 minutes here, and the limit is 15 minutes. In case of Lambda for the serverless, ECS is the substitute of Lambda. And that's why we are going for this option. And this option is absolutely correct here. And already you must be aware that for ingestion of the data, Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose is the best suitable service. And now question number 227. An application running on an Amazon EC2 instances need to access an Amazon DynamoDB table. Both the EC2 instances and the DynamoDB table are in the same AWS account. A solution architect must configure the necessary permission. Which solution will allow least privileged access to DynamoDB table from EC2 instances? And here are the options. Please go through these options, and as these options are a little bit longer, so take your time. Okay, let me reveal the correct answer here, and the correct answer here will be option A. Create an IAM role with appropriate policy to allow access to DynamoDB table. Create an instance profile to assign this IAM role to the EC2 instance. And let me tell you that EC2 instance can assume only IAM role. So option C and option D are out because they are using IAM user, but EC2 instance can use or assume only IAM role. And now why option B is not correct? Even though IAM role is also mentioned here with appropriate policy to access to the DynamoDB table. It is exactly same as this one is. But here this is correct because we need to create instance profile to assign IAM role to the instance instead of trust relationship policy document to allow it to assume the role. This is not required here. So option A is only correct answer here. And now question number 228. A solution architect is designing a solution that involves orchestrating a series of Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS task type running on Amazon EC2 instances that are part of an ECS cluster. The output and the state data for all the tasks need to be stored. The amount of output by each task is approximately 10 MB and there could be 100 of tasks running at a time. The system should be optimized for high frequency reading and writing as old output are archived and deleted. The storage size is not expected to exceed 1 TB. Which storage solution should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And now let me reveal the correct answer, and the correct answer here will be option B, an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS with provisioned throughput. You should also take care of this point, with provisioned throughput. And this one is correct here because when burst credit are available, a file system can drive up to 100 Mbps per terabyte of storage with a minimum of 100 Mbps. If no burst credit are available, a file system can drive up to 50 Mbps per storage with a minimum of 1 Mbps. It is mentioned that the size of EFS is not going to exceed 1 TB and each job output 100 MB of data and there will be 100 of them. If we go with the burst throughput, we will have maximum 100 Mbps which will be enough for just 10 job output. So we need provision throughput, which is option B here. So this one is correct here. And now question number 229. An online photo application lets user upload photos and perform image editing operation. The application offers two classes of services, free and paid. Photos submitted by paid users are processed before those submitted by free users. Photos are uploaded to Amazon S3 and the job information is sent to Amazon SQS. Which configuration should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer first, then I will reveal the answer. And the correct answer here will be option C. Used to SQS standard queues, one for paid and one for free. Configure Amazon EC2 instances to prioritize polling for the paid queue over the free queue. And this one is correct because AWS recommend using separate queues when you need to provide prioritization of work. The logic can be implemented at the application layer to prioritize the queue for paid photos over the queue for the free photos or the free members, we can say. And now question number 230. A company want to migrate its MySQL database from on-premises to AWS. The company recently experienced a database outage that significantly impacted the business. To ensure this does not happen again, the company wants a reliable database solution on AWS that minimizes data loss and stores every transaction on at least two nodes. Which solution will meet these requirements? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer.
And the correct answer here is option B. Create an Amazon RDS MySQL instance with multi-AZ functionality unable to synchronously replicate the data. And this one is correct here because RDS multi-AG synchronously replicates the data. So it is the correct option here. A company stores user data in AWS. The data is used continuously with peak usage during business hours. Access patterns vary with some data not being used for months at a time. A solution architect must choose a cost-effective solution that maintains the highest level of durability while maintaining high availability. Which storage solution meet this requirement? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer as it may be quite obvious for you. And the correct answer here is option B, Amazon S3 intelligent tiering. Because intelligent tiering moves data between storage classes based on its current degree of usage. So option B here is absolutely correct. Now question number 232. A company receives inconsistent service from its data center provider because the company is headquartered in an area affected by natural disasters. The company is not ready to fully migrate to AWS cloud, but it wants a failover environment on AWS. In case the on-premises data center fails, the company runs web servers that connect to external vendors. The data available on AWS and on premises must be uniform. Which solution should a solution architect recommend that has the least amount of the downtime? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the answer. So let me reveal the correct answer here. And the correct answer here is option A. Configure an Amazon Route 53 failover record. Run application server on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer in an auto-scaling group. Set up AWS storage gateway with stored volumes to back up the data to Amazon S3. So there could be multiple factors on which you can select the answer. But here I am going to share the clue with you. Very first clue is that it must has least amount of downtime. So this is very first clue, and due to which our options B, C and D are eliminated because it will take some time to deploy the resources if we are using CloudFormation template, and here we already have Amazon EC2 instances, so it will take least time and it will have least downtime. So option A is correct here. Rest it is absolutely required. Configure an Amazon Route 53 failover record, but this is available in all the 4 options, so we can't select on the basis of this. So yeah, on the basis of CloudFormation template, rest 3 options are eliminated, due to which option A is correct here. Now question number 233. A company has 3 VPCs named development, testing, production in the US East 1 region. The 3 VPCs need to be connected to an on-premises data center and are designed to separate to maintain security and prevent any resource sharing. A solution architect need to find a scalable and secure solution. What solution should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer. And the correct answer here is option D. Create a new VPC called network. Within the network VPC, create an AWS transit gateway with an AWS direct connect connection back to data center. Attach all the other VPC to the network VPC. Because with AWS Transit Gateway, you can simplify the connectivity between multiple VPCs and also connect to any VPC attached to AWS Transit Gateway with a single VPN connection. And now question number 234. What should a solution architect do to ensure that all the objects uploaded to an Amazon S3 bucket are encrypted? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer. Let me reveal the correct answer. And the correct answer here is update the bucket policy to deny if the object does not have an x-amz-server-side-encryption header set. So correct answer is this one, and I will share a reference document from AWS itself in the description of this video. You can refer that as well. And now question number 235. A company needs a secure connection between its own premises environment and AWS. This connection does not need high bandwidth and will handle a small amount of traffic. The connection should be set up quickly. What is the most cost effective method to establish this type of connection? And here are the options. And the correct answer here will be option D, implement an AWS site-to-site VPN connection. And clue is here, does not need high bandwidth. So limited bandwidth site-to-site VPN connection is cheaper than direct connect. So option D is absolutely correct here. We have to find such clues like what is the most important priority of the question, like, and what is the requirement. So most effective is the requirement. It could be highly available, it could be most reliable, it could be anything. We have to answer on the basis of that only. And now question number 236. A company uses application load balancer in different AWS region. The ALBs receive inconsistent traffic that can spike and drop throughout the year. The company's networking team need to allow the IP addresses of the ALBs in the on-premises firewall to enable connectivity. Which solution is the most scalable with minimal configuration changes? And here are the options. Take your time to guess the correct answer. Let me reveal the correct answer for you. If you still haven't gone through all the options, please pause the video. Option C is correct here. Launch AWS Global Accelerator. Register the ALBs in different region to the accelerator. Update the on-premises firewalls rules to allow static IP addresses associated with the accelerator. Because using AWS Global Accelerator, you can have static IP for whitelisting on firewalls. No need to replace ALB with NLB. You can associate these addresses to regional AWS resources or endpoints such as application load balancer or network load balancer. So basically overall in this question what we are doing, we are providing static IP address using global accelerator, so that we are not supposed to change the IP all the time in the firewall of the organization. So option C is absolutely correct here. And now question number 237. A company runs a high performance computing workload on AWS. The workload required low latency network performance and high network throughput with tightly coupled node to node communication. The Amazon EC2 are properly sized for compute and storage capacity and are launched using default options. What should a solution architect propose to improve the performance of the workload? And here are the options. You have already done this question, but the language of the question may be different this time. But yeah, you should try to answer and hopefully you will be able to answer this question. And the correct answer here is option A. Choose a cluster placement group while launching Amazon EC2 instances, because it can improve your network performance and communication much better than any other. And the requirement of the question is low latency network performance and high network throughput, and it can increase both and with tightly coupled node to node communication. So all these refer to cluster placement group. In case it would have asked for better availability, then you should have gone for spread placement group. Spread placement. So this is the difference between these two. And now question number 238. A company uses a legacy on-premise analytics application that operates on gigabytes of .csv files and represents months of data. The legacy application cannot handle the growing size of .csv files. New .csv files are added daily from various data sources to a central on-premises storage. The company wants to continue to support the legacy application while users learn AWS Analytics services. To achieve this, a solution architect wants to maintain two synchronized copies of all the .csv files on premises and in Amazon S3. Which solution should the solution architect recommend? And here are the options. You can go through all the options, take your time. And the correct answer here will be option B. Deploy an on-premises file gateway, configure data sources to write the .csv files to the file gateway, point the legacy analytics application to the file gateway. The file gateway should replicate the .csv file to Amazon S3. And it is correct here because you can't use data sync here, because you need to schedule task for data sync to do continuous transfer, where storage gateway does it automatically. And keyword in the question is synchronized copies. You can have a look here. Synchronized copies are required, so option B is absolutely correct here. And now question number 239. A company has a media and application files that need to be shared internally. Users currently are authenticated using Active Directory and access files from a Microsoft Windows platform. The chief executive officer wants to keep the same user permissions but want the company to improve the process as the company is reaching its storage capacity limit. What should a solution architect recommend? And here are the options. And you can try to guess the correct answer. And the correct answer here will be option B. Configure Amazon FSx for Windows file server and move all the media and application files. Whenever you see in the question Microsoft Windows platform, just go for Amazon FSx Windows file server and move all the media and application there. It is the correct answer here. And now question number 240. A company is developing a web portal. The company wants to ensure that only the web portion of the application is publicly accessible. To accomplish this, the VPC was designed with two public subnet and two private subnet. The application will run on several Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. SSL termination must be offloaded from EC2 instances. What should a solution architect do to ensure these requirements are met? And here are the options. Try to guess the answer. Let me reveal the correct answer for you. And the correct answer here is option C. Configure the application load balancer in the public subnet, configure the auto scaling group in the private subnet and associate it with the application load balancer. Because internet facing application load balancer and classic ELB must be provisioned exclusively in public subnet only. So it is the prime requirement here, and due to which option C is correct here, because application load balancer cannot be in private subnet. So this was all in this video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a great learning and please do subscribe our channel IT India.